I just ask a couple, or ask a non-substantive question, and then just a comment, I guess. So
Sure.
if in these documents, like, I don't want to burden you, like, the discussion with typos and things like that that I see in here. So can I just make those changes and forward them on to Grace? And I mean, you know, typos are the bane of everyone. It's endemic. So
yeah, if there are typos, just send them, and if you could just CC me so I can see what mistakes I've made.
Okay. Or not even mistakes. I mean, I was thinking back, it's been what, 2 weeks? Yeah. So since we last met, yeah, it hasn't been that long.
A week.
A week, maybe? Okay.
Yeah. It feels like 6 weeks.
I've been spending the past few days with someone who's just above 5 years old. It's been.
I was like Sean when he came back from your vacation.
Sam, I think they're actually 5 years old.
Yes.
It will not
Yes.
like an adult that is
10.
right.
That's
12,
public energy.
12, 11, and 5. Yeah, I hated her for a little bit. I still might actually resent her.
Like that, yeah.
We're recording.
Yes, I know. So, which leads me to the other part of, I guess, the other thing is, you know, I know we haven't, well, for most of you, we haven't met in person in a very long time, and we are in executive session, and the conversation has been terrific. Just like, I guess, if we just remember that even though the minutes are just a summary of what we say and not a verbatim, I guess we just be mindful about what we're saying and commenting on it, not delve too much into things that might be confidential or just generally, in general, confidential with respect to the agency. And then, you know, it sounds like there was a lot happening with respect to the former chair, and I guess this is a great opportunity to move forward from that. So perhaps not name names, maybe, with respect to events that happened before. So, but without him, you know, certainly without him, we wouldn't be in a position to be doing this. So those are my comments. I hope they're taken in with the intent that I'm intending is just to have this continue to be a positive experience.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. So Susan.
Are we formally in executive session?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Kim. So I think you have in front of you a list of discussion items, right? So it's not an agenda, it's a list of discussion items, and it's fluid. But what it is really, we finished the scope of issues, and this is a listing of all the issues that will be included in the charter, subject to changes that we may make, but subject to the scope of issues that we developed over the last couple of meetings. It's in a slightly different order. Because once I had it just as a list, it seemed to make sense to move things around a little bit. But what we're going to do today, and this goes somewhat to your point, Chair Kim, is just to have really focused discussions on each of the items, and we'll get as far through the list as we can. And then what will happen next is I will start to draft the governance document, the charter, between now and the next meeting. So wherever we get, I'll draft, and I'm going to send it to you, hopefully before I go on vacation, and then ask you to all send me comments and suggestions and questions so that when we meet again in September, I will have a revised version to present to you at the meeting. I'm not allowed to give you a revised version before the meeting, but I will synthesize the comments that I get and bring the next version to our September meeting. So that should move us along. And while I know the conversation was a bit free-flowing, it seemed like that was necessary in my mind to just establish kind of how situating us into a more focused discussion, and that's kind of where we'll be from here on in. Any questions about that? Okay, so I have a couple of documents that I printed out that I thought would be helpful for us as we get started. So this is a couple of pages, Commissioner.
Oh, sorry, that's reading.
Lisa, yeah. So this is a couple of pages from the Pension Reserves and Management Board Charter. And I thought it would be helpful to have it in front of us as we start, because the first thing I added was background. And so in order to draft, I'd like to have a sense first off of what kind of background do you think it would be helpful to have in your charter? So I'll open up on that question.
Can we repeat the question again?
Yeah, so if you look at the background section of the charter from the Pension Reserves Investment Management Board, do you want to have a background in the charter that you're producing? And if so, should it be similar to this? What kinds of information would you like to see in the background of the Cannabis Control Commission charter?
I think it makes sense. I like that it clearly lays out a reference to the actual law that we're abiding by. And then I'm assuming that last line, the second, so under number 3, the operating trust agreement, I would just, we would sort of reference the charter, this charter, and then the law itself.
So kind of a first line that says generally what the commission is responsible for. A second one that outlines just kind of that there are 5 commissioners, et cetera. And then the third one to cite the law and that this charter is, that you've established this charter for further guidance. Does that sound okay?
In that second piece, is that where you'd also establish, I think pulling directly from the statute, the qualifications for the commission as far as the specific backgrounds and expertise, but then also I think affirm all commissioners have the authority of all commissioners. In other words, it's really start to hone in on that
Message.
right, like the scope is not limited based on that seat, but instead
And then
commissioners are.
I have reference to the mission in this paragraph as well.
Okay, does that sound right to everybody? Right, so I will take a stab at that and then you'll revise it for me. Okay, that's background. The next thing I thought we should talk about, which came up in the last session, was definition of the commission and how we want to use that in the charter. Has anyone had further thoughts about that?
I'm sorry, I want to go back for a second.
Okay.
Because the term under number 3 is rather an interesting term for me, and I know we've been talking about governance in the charter, but this notion of an operating trust agreement, I kind of like the wording to that, but I didn't know if that was just particular to the Prim board and kind of their responsibilities that it's worded that way.
I think that is specific to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like to create the fiduciary responsibilities.
You know, I can't remember if they have I assume there's a separate operating trust agreement.
There is. It's very dense and some reason I keep trying to like that.
Yeah.
The fiduciary responsibilities.
Yeah.
So in the broader document, it says it's required to act as trustee for each retirement system. So they do have a specific operating trust agreement, subject to approval of the Joint Committee on Public Service.
But we'll substitute it for the charter.
Right. I don't want to jump too quickly. Other thoughts on background?
I guess I'm just wondering if this is the first number 1 is very concise. I don't know how you do that. This commission. as far as the, in accordance with the law, the commission is responsible for a whole litany of stuff. So I guess striking the right balance is going to be important there. Because you don't want to be exclusive and you don't want to be overly inclusive.
Can we use the mission there? Safe, equitable industry. Safe, secure, equitable regulation of the cannabis industry.
You could, I think you probably want to reference somewhere in chapter 10, where the commission is created, there's got to be something that has all powers necessary to pull from that.
Does someone want to draft it? I mean, I can take a stab at it, but if somebody is willing to take a first cut.
Yeah, I can draft it.
Hmm?
I can draft it.
Okay. And
I think that first component, the in accordance that what Sean was, okay, yep, sure.
Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about how we're using the word commission and how we should use it in the charter. We talked about, is the commission you, the commissioners? Is the commission the executive part of the agency? Is it both? Do we need to distinguish in the charter?
Sean, didn't you say it had like dual meanings?
It effectively does. And I know that, I'm just thinking practically how we use it. That is, I think we discussed this last week, but that is kind of the collision historically. So in a licensing and enforcement context, we refer to ourselves as the commission. The commission asserts the following. The commission issues a request for more information, the notice of deficiency. But that's not an action of the board, so the 5 commissioners, that's an action of the agency. Unfortunately, it's used interchangeably. So I don't know that you could easily say the commission is one or the other.
And we're 5 independent commissioners.
Also true.
Should we refer to the commissioners when we're talking about all of you, and then refer to the commission in the broader sense? See if that will work through.
What's the other option? Oh, I was just gonna say, when you say like the commission will take a vote, so that's the 5 of us, not like licensing, but they have separate responsibilities that we don't do. But, so it's just a little murky.
It is, and I guess the very specific reference where I think it could get contentious, which I hope the charter can help resolve, kind of falls into frankly, the statutory references for the chair in their role and the executive director and that role. And I guess I'm anonymizing the kind of occupants of respective roles because of the durability of the charter. There's a reference in the governing section, but the chair, they have the ability to direct the activities of the commission.
Right.
That means which commission? Agency or commissioners? And then similarly, the legislation relative, or the statutory reference to the executive director's role is they shall be the administrative head of the commission. I don't view my role today as being the administrative head of the board. It's the agency. And so, but that's my interpretation. Someone could theoretically disagree with that. But then now if the chair has the ability to direct the activities of the commission, and that's interpreted as the agency, and then someone else serves simultaneously as the administrative head of the commission, who's in charge?
Which is kind of why we're here.
That's exactly right.
Definition of
All
commission.
comes back to,
So I've gathered you all here today.
Gathered. And do people have a sense what do people believe the chair is responsible for? Like, how would you interpret it, apart from history? If you were looking at the legislation, how would you, or even how you've operated, what's your sense of directing activities of the commission on behalf of the chair? How have you understood that?
I think it's gray because have there been examples in the past where the chair has dictated the focus of the like the ownership and control is just an example of something that was took resources and kind of dictated activities to cover a topic, which we all do, but it's a little gray. It's not cut and dry, I don't think.
In my history, I don't recall an instance where anyone has assigned a task that, like, in protest, if that makes sense. So I don't recall an instance where the chair would say to another commissioner, I'm giving you this task, do it. It will sometimes require some negotiation discussion. I think we've always worked it out, but it doesn't mean it's been easy or without some sort of scab or scar being established. But I would say that more often than not, we've just worked through it.
And so moving forward, right, do you think it's okay to keep it gray, or is there a way to clarify in this charter, or is it not possible to really do so?
The commission you're responsible could be all referred to as the agency. Two,
I guess that's how I view my role.
you're responsible for the agency.
I view myself as operations for the agency. As far as nuts and bolts, trains, when do they come in, when do they leave? But ultimately accountable to the fines. So I don't believe that I can direct your work. I don't think that I have that. I hope I can be persuasive as to how you spend your time and maybe be a resource, but I don't believe that I can direct your work.
It's a strange line in the law because we don't operate based on the chair. We prioritize and organize ourselves in our own work. So if he's not directing us, who's he? You know, that's a part of the language.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's an interesting point. So you don't want to say he's directing the commissioners, because
He or she, yeah.
he or she, yeah. Chair Kim, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I guess going back to your kind of earlier question about what is the role of the chair, certainly you could say one job that the chair has is to run the public meeting. Or preside, I guess.
Set the agenda. Didn't you set the agenda?
Yeah, but, you know, I could seek feedback from Sean and staff. Certainly, the hope is to get input from you all as well as to what should be on the agenda from month to month.
There's no, I mean, we've incorporated somewhat of the agenda setting kind of conversation. I don't know what they did at the gaming commission. It's really, for me, it's just really, I'm talking out loud, it's really hard to think about this piece because there's like what was done in the past out of necessity, right? Like, let's get it done. Then there's also, we've talked about this before, there's also personality base and management styles, you know, but the technically, I'm just talking out loud here. Technically, it's like the chair's a colleague. They're managing public meeting. And depending where you read, you know, kind of sort of coordinating or working with the executive director, which we all do, but I guess the chair has a different angle on it to strategically move the industry and the agency forward, right? I don't know anywhere else how clear the powers are, right? Like, so
Yeah, it's a tough phrase, direct activities of the commission. That's kind of what we're trying to interpret
Yeah.
for the future for whoever walks into.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would be most functional? Maybe we can start there. What would be
Well,
functional for that interpretation?
so if you read in the statute, it says the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. The chair shall preside at all hearings at which the chair is present and shall designate a commissioner to act as chair in the chair's absence. To promote efficiency in administration, the chair shall make such division or redivision of the work of the commission among the commissioners as the chair deems expedient.
And then there's gray.
Well, so that's historically where it would be, the commission in that sense, this is my opinion, is the 5. Because the
All
section that,
affairs of the commission, meaning us.
well, the section that it falls within is Cannabis Control Commission members, appointment, terms, removal, quorum.
That's right.
So it's not saying agency, it's saying.
Saying this
is the-
body.
This is the 5-member body. That's, again, and that's the collisions and debates in the past have been around
Because
the word commission.
somebody can interpret that differently, like he did, or
Absolutely.
whoever
Yeah.
did, whoever could.
No, that's
So again, how do you want it to be interpreted into the future?
Is that big C, little c thing?
Well, we can just say, with regard to this, that in this instance, the commission is understood to refer to the 5 commissioners, and in this other instance, it's assumed to refer to the executive agency. I mean, since this has been gray, it would be good to find a way to clarify it, to avoid future.
Absolutely.
So with that line, the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. We're saying that references commissioners.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to delineate, right? Well, that was the rub. That was why we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that was the specific rubber example I can offer is regulations.
right.
I will deploy that mechanism if it's not met with my approval.
Bruce, can you shed a little bit of perspective from the
Logic.
gaming?
I don't like it, but I understand that logic now.
Yeah, gaming was somewhat similar. There were some other responsibilities given to the chair, including heading up, essentially directing the activities of the Investigations and Enforcement Bureau.
Sorry, say that
Created-
again?
I'm sorry.
Can you say that again?
Sure. So the mass gaming chair had similar responsibilities to what's in this statute, but also had an additional responsibility of essentially directing the investigations and enforcement work, which sometimes created a rub again between the executive director and the chair as to who did what. But I think our chair at the time understood, I'm here to coordinate work among the 5 commissioners, not necessarily to dictate work, but to coordinate work, ask a commissioner to take on a task, chair the meeting, set the agenda, things like that. Set overall policy. But what's interesting is that, I certainly appreciate that the chair should not be running or really imposing their way upon the executive director and the operations. At the same time, there's an acknowledgement, I think, that the chair, the commissioners kind of become complaint box A. The public isn't going to well, sometimes maybe they do, take the executive director to task, but they will direct their arrows at the chair and at the commissioners. So there's a balance of, and I think Commissioner Roy, you've touched on this point, like, I want to have an understanding of what the entire team is doing, but I'm not going to direct it. But when those arrows and shots come at the five of us, it's somehow being, sitting at the top of the organization. Yes, we're responsible, but I'm not telling the executive director what to do with licensing or an issue at legal or with research. But at the same time, the buck stops somewhere. So how do we play that role without getting into the minutia, but at the same time understanding the overall policy and the overall function without directing the function? Is that so? And again, some minor differences with the chair's responsibilities at gaming, but there never was any involvement of EED needs to go do this. You need to go hire this person. You need to. The ED would come to us to set overall policy, but so it's, I don't know, I apologize, I'm rambling a little bit, but it's somewhat of a balance.
What was the relationship with the chair and the commissioners? Did he how involved was he with the work of the other commissioners?
Great question. I think he had a general sense of what each of us was doing, and sometimes I partnered with the chair on a few things around diversity and inclusion. He partnered with another commissioner on research and responsible gaming. The investigations piece he kind of left to our commissioner who had a background in law enforcement. So there was some partnership going around on all of the efforts, but not to the point of two commissioners going to the executive director and saying, this minuscule granular piece of the operation needs to happen this way. That was all appreciated to be left with the commissioner, again, except for the crazy role in investigations and enforcement.
Is that part of the statutory language?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I certainly see this role, I don't see this role as the Uber manager of the commissioners. To Commissioner Stebbins' point, certainly I do see it as a coordinating of efforts. And to be frank here, it's not like the chair by statute really has, the chair has authority to the extent that the commissioners give the person authority, right? Because it's not like the chair can say, because generally in a work environment, your boss has the authority to hire, fire, discipline, but here, the way the statute is written, it's the appointing authority.
That's right.
That has the authority to remove. So, at the end of the day, being realistic about what is written in the statute, it's definitely a soft politics type of authority.
Do you have any perspective on other boards that you've seen and you've worked on as a GC?
The only ones that I really have seen so far are the ones that the treasurer chairs, and in the interest of preserving and not going too much into it, it certainly depends. And certainly the boards that she's on, the majority of the folks are volunteers. So that's a whole other dynamic on top of it. So I think after a while, even though in the very beginning, she was very much, and she still is very much about, like, she would prefer to have everybody vote in favor of a certain thing. But I think she's gotten more comfortable over the years. Okay, so one or two people on a larger board vote against, you know. Like, she won't be excited about that, because again, her default is she wants everyone to agree, but she'll kind of take it.
I think this was a rub too, from my understanding, with the first cohort of the chair is not my boss.
Yes.
That was a rub, that was explained to me. So this was an issue. The delineation of the power was definitely an issue at some point. It doesn't seem, it's not at this moment in time, but that this is a snapshot in time. So it doesn't mean it couldn't be a rub again in the future. So, right? So because we all have a wonderful working relationship and great understanding, like, doesn't mean it's gonna be that way 5 years from now. So to that point, I guess I have two things. Sean, for the durability of this document, do you think we need to delineate like the agency to eliminate this rub again in the future? And then also the chair's powers, again, to eliminate maybe a rub again. Like, I'm trying to think in the future, not this current snapshot in time, but down the road. So your input is like huge, because I feel like you have like the best bird's eye view of all of us, because you've been here since the beginning.
And so it's definitely come up historically, and usually through the introduction of this is what the statute says, I will use it if I have to. But then
that was tried.
But then it would turn into okay, well, how do we not trigger that or go down that path? And then so it tends to work itself out. So that's why I'm saying I can't point to a specific instance where it was tested.
I can, but I don't know if I want to say it.
And I think there were certainly attempts. I also look at it as CEO versus board of directors, or in that nature, but is it, when I actually brought that example up, I got the response of, and some boards have executive chairs that serve in an executive capacity. And I said, well, I don't view this as that. So then that became the debate. And I would honestly say, and I think I shared it, probably the first conversation we began this with, was I think in trying to work through this a little bit, I've spent historically more time debating that issue than resolving the issue at hand.
Yeah.
And that includes during legitimate crises, Valley, COVID.
Right.
And it's why we're here.
So it sounds, just to summarize kind of some of what I've heard, it sounds like the charter should say the commissioners are appointed and removed by the appointing authority. So that clarifies that. And then it sounds like there should be some language about working in the spirit of cooperation. And then say something about the chair has the authority for aspects of the commissioners, and the executive director has authority over administration of the agency. The piece I'm wondering about, and I'm wondering, Commissioner Stebbins, is there an example that you might help us with where at the Gaming Commission there was a public upheaval about something and that led to some kind of interaction where the chair or the commissioners went to the executive director and said, you have to make this change because the public is screaming about it? Where I would assume that's more a policy level thing than or is it a policy level thing versus so-and-so needs to be fired or?
I can't think of one off the top of my head that comes to mind.
I can point to one here, actually, also, I think, set some roots for why we're here. Very early on in our existence, our application process took a long time. As far as submitting an application to the commission, getting someone to take their initial review, you were looking at upwards of 60 to 90 days just to have someone lay eyes on an application. And that became very frustrating for applicants. They would complain to a general mailbox, the licensing at CCC Mass mailbox. That was a black hole. Things just kind of, and we actually ended up debating where do we devote our resources, to responding to those emails or actually getting people on applications. If I fix the process problem we have, then we won't get as many emails. So cure the problem, not treat the symptom. But the biggest upheaval actually went to commissioners. And commissioners decided they were going to hold a public hearing on the application process. And I suggested to the two sponsoring commissioners at the time of the public hearing, that's going to be really bad for morale here at the agency, because you're going to give people a forum to come in and just complain about us, and you're going to listen to them. And I don't know what you're going to say in response, but I'm at least persuaded, or I'm assuming, I should say, that we don't get the benefit of the doubt. And sure enough, it was a 3 or 4 hour long public hearing in this very room. And I was holed up in my office with our licensing staff, watching it. And the commissioners spent the majority of the meeting talking about all the changes they wanted to make to our licensing process. And again, morale got pretty toxic at that point. And our staff was just really disappointed, I think, that they would be, and I could also appreciate from the commissioner's standpoint, you don't have that day-to-day visibility. I had assumed and thought, at least, that I had been responsive as to the challenges, which is really a personnel-based. We're hiring people. I think the machine and assembly line was efficient. We had tested it. The objective was really just hire more people. Once we moved to this location, I could actually hire more people. So help was on the way, but it wasn't fast enough. And I think commissioners felt compelled, I have to do something because the public is clamoring for something. So I can respect that perspective. I think the collateral damage, though, was actually to our staff. So, and now I think it's largely not an issue. It's behind us, but there are staff that work here still that were in that office with me, and I would imagine have not forgotten it.
I mean, I'm trying to like not look back and even deal with any of the examples. Obviously, you know, Sarah's here with us and she's our chair. So I'm thinking of like the first portion of our time here and now the second portion with Sarah as a chair. So I'm trying to think just moving forward, thinking ahead, right? Like, and the agenda setting, obviously, the working with the executive director, sort of being a manager, not a manager, but being a colleague to the other commissioners. But also I think, you know, going back to the law, right? And, you know, we're going to talk about this at some point, but like perfect example is the chair, the commission shall annually elect one of its members to serve as a secretary and its members to serve as a treasurer. So I think that should be something that it's in here, but we have to be careful that it actually happens like that versus a chair power. So that should not be a chair power. Like, you know, Sean's the chair and says, hey, Ava, I want you to be the secretary, and we're gonna go on there and vote about it. Like, I think it's a discussion that should happen amongst us, like who wants to be the treasurer, who wants to be the secretary, right? So I think to look at, when we think about, you know, what do we want this role to look like, and part of the responsibility is also what is not the responsibility of a chair, right? So so I just bring that up because I think it's a good example, and Bruce and I have gone through it, which is why we're in these seats. But I think that the chair needs to be able to manage more of a conversation, like I don't know, how do you call it, like a council, right? This is a council. So I think the chair's power and authority and or job responsibility is to help us manage conversation. The chair's role is very important at public meetings because you can, depending how much political persuasiveness you have behind the scenes and who speaks first and or who you allow to speak first, whether a motion or a second or a conversation, you can trip up policy at this place. So I think that when we think about, moving forward, like I'm hoping that the role is very clear in the sense of, shenanigans are always gonna happen and stuff is always gonna happen. Like it's just the nature of this business, but that this role, that we understand that this role, like, that we all have equal power in this at the commission when it comes to agenda settings, not just.
I don't think we do. I mean, I know we want to, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah. Yes, I'm thinking forward, yes. But tell me, so I don't keep.
I've been kind of staring at the law.
Yeah.
And it's like, the law is what it is.
Yeah.
And, we can try to work around, like, within the parameters
Right.
of the law.
Right.
So I know, ideally, it would be more of kind of shared.
Yeah.
But the reality is, the chair has that authority. And I think, I'm looking at, there's one line that keeps on popping out at me, it's the first line under H.
Mm-hmm.
The chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. So I'll run you through my thought process. I see that and I said, well, okay, if we interpreted this to mean the commissioners, what does that mean?
Right.
Our affairs are the commission. What we're doing is the work within the commission. So it's hard to separate the two of them because that is our job and that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
In our meetings that we have on a monthly basis, we're discussing what's happening internally at the commission. And we're sort of designating or figuring out what needs to happen from that point.
Yeah.
So I think this has been happening in terms of,
powers.
Dictating or figuring out what happens to the commission, the agency. And we do it on a monthly basis every time we have a discussion about the data, what we want to see, sort of the direction that it needs to go forward with. So I see how it's happened in a way that has been productive and not rubbed.
Yeah.
And maybe we figure out ways to kind of lay down parameters to make sure it continues like that and doesn't go off course into sort of the dynamics that you've experienced. But I'm just saying the letter of the law doesn't support sort of the direction that we're going in, at least in my opinion.
No, I hear what you're saying, and and that's why I say, like, I don't want to talk about the past, we're in the present, and I think we've seen it differently right now, right? Like, I think we've seen it differently. But also, like, back to Bruce's sort of agenda setting conversation, right? Like, the agenda setting conversation in the past has been sort of behind the scenes, right? Like, hey, can I get this on the agenda? Not behind the scenes, but one-on-one. Can I get this on the agenda? Can I get that on the agenda? So I guess my point is sort of like, that is like, the chair does have, according to this, supervision and control over all affairs of the commission. But I think to your point, that's a rub at times. But we also have to figure out a way to be able to have the balance, I guess, So I feel like it's been better, So I know we're talking out loud, but
So, you're spot on.
Yeah.
And you are too, but I think the area where it doesn't cover that first sentence is that the chair never has dictated to any one of us what our individual focus and priorities, like say expungement or prevention education, I would hope to never see a scenario where a chair would be like, you can no longer do expungement, you have to do this, or you can no longer, because those are your focus and priorities outside of our main job responsibilities. We all have things that we're working on. So that's where I think we need a little additional language, because you wouldn't want that taken away from you, right?
That's true. But I think what I was going back towards when you asked the question about commission, and what are we talking about? Are we talking about commissioners? Are we talking about the
Yeah, like
agency? And that's what I've been dwelling on.
Yeah.
If you narrow it, if you tailor that to mean just the commissioners, it does not. That interpretation just doesn't make sense because our job within ourselves, our affairs are the commission.
Right.
It's like, I don't think there's a way to separate that. That's just, that's what I'm saying.
It could be too that, so using that example of expungement or I mean, just any other activities or topics you want to dive into, there's no guarantee that those are ever going to become commission level discussions or topics in the sense, that so it might be outside the even scope of the formal role of a commissioner. You're choosing to spend and electing to spend your time on that matter.
Right.
But if it's ever going to come up before the commission as an agenda item, that's where the chair can exercise authority saying, not yet, next month. But then you as an individual commissioner, really relying on Robert's rules,
Right.
can say at any public meeting, I would like this added to the next meeting agenda.
Right.
And you can essentially overrule the chair
My vote, right?
by vote.
Right.
And I think that's where the chair has limited authority, but authority nonetheless.
Yeah, that's,
And one way to think through it, and I guess I'm going to throw out an idea, so bear with me, is, because I think in a governance document, you want to add some interpretation to that section of what does it mean to exercise that authority here and that over the affairs. I think you want to be explicit about, to the chair's point, that the agenda is set and finalized. The final agenda is determined by the chair. And I think everybody here, and I don't want to assume anything, but I guess I am assuming, would agree conceptually with that.
yeah,
You can still bake into a charter, though, a preferred or desired process, or maybe the charter doesn't go that deep, but says that the commission shall develop a policy or something. That says within a week before, the chair shall circulate a draft to all commissioners for comment. And obviously within the confines of open meeting law, and maybe even lock in the consultation with the executive director or someone else. But it still makes explicitly clear the authority lies with the chair. So I think that's where you're compliant with statute,
That makes sense.
but you're building in some culture.
yes,
Yeah.
I like that, Sean.
I think that's the underlying situation here, and I guess you said it, I was thinking it in my head, is like, there's a culture has been created here that's so deep that even ourselves, it's hard to even think through what this could actually be, because this culture is so heavy here of what was created, and we ourselves right now are stuck on the past, and hard to move forward, but that's exactly, that's, when I was talking about a little bit about like us having a little bit of more authority is just like, yes, the chair, exactly what you said in terms of the agenda, but also like there should be more conversation around what's on the agenda. Because if I'm the chair and I'm having a bad day with Commissioner Concepcion and we're beefing for the next 6 weeks, personality says, I may not want to put her subject on the agenda. And those things happen, right? So I think and I guess I'm trying to avoid situations like that and going sort of back to what we just started, which is the conversation about what do you want to see? What are we working on? What's coming down the pipeline? No one's asking us what our priorities are, but this is where I think there's a sidebar of a new culture that we need to create as commissioners for the chair role as well and ours,
So I think I've heard a lot. I think this has been a really rich discussion, and I can draft something, and then when we have to actually put words to reflect what you're trying, it'll be easier once you have my draft that will need a lot of revision to start changing and adding. So I think we can move to the next topic, and I'll come back with
Should
something.
you incorporate this language in the statute? So we, and then kind of then expound from there.
I think, let me sit for a while. I don't know what, because I don't think this needs to, it may refer to the statute, but I don't know if it makes sense in my first draft. I'll put it in and then we can take it out or add it. But I really appreciate the sense of being consistent with the statute and creating culture. I think that's a really good operating principle for what we're trying to do here.
And to your point, like, we can't dwell on the past, but we need to learn from it.
Sure.
And
That's right.
not repeat the same
absolutely.
mistakes. So we're not dwelling on it, but we're gleaning from it,
Sure,
learning
sure,
from it.
sure.
So we can, this is, the reason we're here.
Yeah.
Pass policy.
Well, because I think moving forward, what you're trying to visualize is the different personalities that can take on the role.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to create something that tells,
Personality proof.
that kind of, yeah, exactly.
I
Something
don't
that,
know how else to put it. Yeah, personality proof descriptions.
all right. So I'm going to move us to roles and responsibilities, which we spent a lot of time on, and I have good notes on that, so we don't have to repeat it. But I did want to, this is, I think you got some of the slides from Commissioner Roy, and I just brought copies of the role of the commissioner slide, and just wanted to get your sense if this is the kind of language that you'd like to see in addition to the conversation that we had. Are there things, so if you could just look at those 6 bullets.
Oh, okay, yeah, we didn't get it in email, just so you know, we got it today.
You got the whole,
I don't think she can email it before.
it was in the board.
Was it in the board?
I want to see it, I see it, okay.
But there were more, but I just wanted to focus on the role of a commissioner slide.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So I just wanted to get a sense of what you think of these 6 bullets.
Sorry, these were in the board effect materials?
Maybe they were dropped late, 'cause when I printed it out, it wasn't in there. Maybe they dropped it later in it?
This wasn't.
Yeah, I just.
Dynamic scheme, draft scope of issues, process design, work plan.
It's not in there,
ground
Right, so I think what happened is I sent my documents to Grace and this came afterwards.
Yeah.
So maybe this didn't get.
Maybe give us a few minutes to kind of.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to bring us back to the role of a commissioner. And just ask if you had a chance to look at that top slide, if you like some of the bullets in there and would want some of that kind of language or concept in the role of the commissioner section of the charter.
The first 4, I mean, for me, the first 4 bullets make sense.
Okay, and the 5th one doesn't?
The 5th one, I mean, obviously it gets into more of our interactions with the executive director staff. So I mean, it's more granular than the first 4 bullets, but
Others' thoughts?
I think it's basic information, right, that we use, I think, somewhere in writing. The only one I would be concerned about is the last one, work with local and state peers to share expertise, updates, and insight about the development of the industry. We do.
How about in accordance with commission-approved legislative outreach?
Yeah,
Something like that?
something like that, yeah, something that talks about our actual policy, not.
Why, my ask is, why is it local and state? Is it because it's not legalized federally? Or, it's not all levels?
I worked with comms and this is the language we didn't really dissect it to that level.
I just wouldn't want to restrict that. I want to be a little bit more forward thinking. And we do,
Yeah, we should.
communicate
Yeah,
with the federal level
Sorry.
officials as well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, just not
Yeah.
to limit
Yeah.
the scope.
Okay, local, state, federal.
You need to limit all of it, just say share expertise updates.
There you go.
with stakeholders or whatever, a broader group we want to.
Because that broadens the audience.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
absolutely, broad enough.
Mhm.
You wanted stakeholders in other government agencies, because you like that in the.
Keep it broad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you still need the in accordance with commission approved? And was that policy? I missed the
Yes.
last word.
Well, what do you think? I just don't.
I would say I would say something around that realm.
Okay. But that might limit us too. It's like we don't have commission moved around.
And this is going in our description of the role of the commissioner.
I'm asking if you want this language or something like it in the section on roles and responsibilities.
So if I'm a new commissioner and I finally have a manual for my job, I'm gonna read this
That's
sentence.
dumb. Put that person on.
And, okay. Yeah, I think this is a key one, right? I think we've realized that and have developed, yeah.
Just say in accordance with commission policy instead of approved policy.
Yeah, something like that. But something with approved commission.
Say do need the approved.
Or do we, because that could limit it.
It's broad enough, right? We talked about local, state, federal, we're gonna have more stakeholder language.
I would like, so under that fifth bullet, the last bullet, I think it would be better if we just said educate the public and take out the about. I just feel like that is another thing that's sort of
Yeah,
too narrowly drafted.
Yeah, I think-
You're in the work with executive,
Yes,
that one. So just take everything out except educate the public.
and educate the public, exactly.
I think Commissioner Roy there is like, that's how you present it.
Yeah, this is like.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're
No,
just,
got it.
yeah, we're converting it to fit all of us.
This is a
just
cheat sheet.
This, exactly, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's not real. I mean, it's real, but not for this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's suited, tailored for like my talk.
Mhm.
And anything, what about work with the executive director and staff? Or do you want, just make educate the public a separate bullet?
So let's think about this for a second. So Bruce, you had said something around that fifth bullet earlier. What was your point? I'm sorry. You didn't want it in there completely, you were saying, or you're thinking it's too
No,
much?
I just said, we'll really start to get, granular. I mean, some of those are, meet the needs of constituents is pretty broad. Developer and review research is certainly specific. Educating the public, the way we're wording it now is more broadly. Something there about, remain focused on creating
So like not needing those smaller bullets under it, but making it a more kind of broader, working with executive director and staff, but not going too specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've just started to word those more broadly.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not what we're trying to get to, but if we're going to include this, it should say, again, maybe this is more pieces of the mission come back and play. Like our focus is having a service-oriented, efficient agency. It's
Or for the executive director and staff to carry out the mission.
Yeah.
Something.
Very similar.
Commission.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's a good idea.
Period.
I don't, Susan, you can cut me off if maybe this isn't the appropriate time to bring this in, but our last meeting, we obviously talked about similar structures, similar bodies. School committee came up, and yesterday got some information from Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'll just read it. So the state law says, school committee establishes educational goals, policy for the schools in the district consistent with the requirements of the law and the statewide goals and standards established by the Board of Ed. The superintendent employed by the school committee shall manage the system in a fashion consistent with state law and policy determinations of the school committee. Desi's kind of quick overview or interpretation of this is we view the school committee as the publicly elected or appointed equivalent of a board of directors of a corporation, which in this case is the school system. The school committee has oversight and responsibility for the school system. sets the direction in which the system must go, and establishes criteria to determine if its goals and policies are being met. The superintendent serves as the school committee CEO and educational advisor. They're the educational leader for the school system, provide administrative leadership to all school staff in operational matters, and in promoting and implementing policy changes. So I can send everybody the link to this, but I thought for context, that might give us some language we can think of.
Okay. Does that kind of general concept feel like it has some relevance for the commission?
I'd have to like read that
Yeah,
one,
you-
I to
okay,
digest it
all right.
1,000%. The thing about constituents though, and I think Commissioner Concepcion, you said best, we're not elected officials, we're public officials, right? We're all public officials. So I don't know, should we leave that constituent part of it in because we are public officials? Or do we,
Well, in that sense, as a public official, who are your constituents? In other words, like in an elected context, you know who.
it's your voters in your
That's who you serve.
designated area.
In your role as a commissioner, therefore, who do you serve? Your appointing authority? Because that could be who you accountable to.
Well, that's different than a constituent, the appointing authority is our boss.
That's something like in an elected sense.
The voters are the boss of the elected official.
So who do you see as your constituents? How would you?
I would feel anybody that is within Massachusetts that has any concerns about the cannabis industry or questions as a constituent, I would want to reply back and answer them.
And is that different from the public?
Yeah, because like, I wouldn't meet with a minor, without their, now am I getting too granular? I don't know, but I'm just saying like, we are public officials.
Other thoughts on constituents?
But I do think that we serve the public in general. Like we're overall the implications of the industry on the entire public. I have a separate comment though. Just the way that this is phrased, if we are, so again on that, the fifth bullet, sort of saying when we work with the executive director and staff, it can be, it's not reading the right way because we would work with the executive director and staff for the other bullet points as well. We're working with them to establish, review, and revise. We're working with them about license applications and policy decisions. So if we only have those bullets underneath that fifth, it just gives, the way that it reads as if we do not work with the executive director and staff to do the others.
Right.
I think what Sarah had said earlier, in terms of the sentence, makes sense. I don't think we need all those bullets.
But I'm saying that bullet, well,
Right, no, I get your point.
Yeah.
Like,
We would work with them to do all the.
Everything.
Everything,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's the sentence that she said earlier.
So maybe what becomes a first bullet is work with our executive director and staff to carry out the CCC mission. And then these other things beneath, and not use any of the smaller ones.
I mean,
they kind of go underneath. So what is 5, the 5th bullet point, would then become the 2nd bullet point, and then the establish item, review item, and then make policy decision items get pushed in underneath. Is that?
oh, you're saying have like the overarching bullet be that executive
Yeah,
director and staff.
executive
and then-
director, yeah. Yes.
And if this is, I'm gonna draft something,
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna
That's
use
the-
bullets,
yeah.
I'm gonna use sentences,
Yes.
so.
I'm not even probably I'm a stickler about language and the way that it's drafted.
Okay, so maybe you'll become my partner in drafting.
I think once you draft it, 'cause I feel like we can sit here and kind of keep we can, but for
Right,
me, like I'm a visual person, so I think I have to kind of really, this is great talking it out now, but once I see the first draft, then it'll give me
Right.
more of a sense of.
so this is what I call workshopping the
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
issues, so I get a sense of them, and then I'll put something on paper that you will all
Yeah.
probably not like. But then it gives us a focus
Yeah.
to start massaging the language to get it to say what we needed to say.
This is giving me a lot of anxiety about regulation. This is gonna be a long couple of months.
Well, I used to write statutes for a living, so that's why my mind
And
goes.
we're,
Yeah, but Sean, you
I'm
have
a
to let us
practical
know your
person.
concerns, like, don't be shy, let us know your,
I'm
honestly.
just saying the process, like, I need to see it, when I wordsmith it.
Oh,
Yep,
the
here we
process,
go.
okay.
Let's roll our sleeves up.
Capital C.
I think it's
You're in
worth
a safe space.
Can I just throw a thought, did you have a thought, Sean?
Yeah, I think it's worth throwing something in about some of that quasi-judicial enforcement compliance work that commissioners can and will, and at some point unfortunately will likely have to do. So it's things like conducting hearings and making determinations on compliance, enforcement, and suitability for licensure or registration. That is ultimately an authority that you have. So I think we just want to explicitly state it.
Would you consolidate that into being an ultimate arbiter? I mean, obviously, anybody can jump us and go to court, but ultimate arbiter for decisions of the commission. Maybe ultimate isn't the right word, but final.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it kind of fits into the licensing applications piece, but I think it's probably its own separate, because it's not just in the context of applications. It might be revoking a license, suspending a license. Right. And I think it also hopefully properly like adds gravity to the whole. Like, it's a very official function that you don't delegate. So,
All right, I'm going to move to public agenda, meeting agenda. If you look at the scope of issues, we've talked a lot about that already. So we talked about the chair. We had that conversation about the chair, so I got that. And then if you look at page 3 in the scope of issues, we have, if that's consistent, and I think that's consistent with what we were talking about, then I think I can just draft from that and the conversation that we had earlier today. Also want to add that commissioners can vote to add an agenda item at a public meeting.
and just on that, to clarify for a future.
Sorry, future meeting.
Yeah, it wouldn't be at that meeting, because
Right.
then it's not.
Right.
I was like, be careful, because whoa.
Call that the Camargo Clause.
Right.
Like, oh, really, that's not in my Robert Rules of Order book.
That's a good legacy.
It should be. I think that is Robert rules.
I'm sure it's in there, I'm sure it's in there. And
Chapter something.
I'm sure it's
So
in
we
one
can
of the
never
two
take an
books.
impromptu vote?
No.
Open
Yes,
meeting
we
law.
can.
You need to define something as having an vote, being offered.
Doesn't
As
new
a
business cover that?
You likely have to postpone it unless you had some justification for its emergency action. The public needs notice that you'd be taking a vote. Otherwise, they could say it's an invalid policy.
Even to add an agenda item
So
to the
adding the
next
agenda
meeting?
item means
After the agenda has been posted. So in that, there's like, you have to post the agenda 48 hours in advance.
so if something comes up in those intervening 48 hours, the chair can raise a topic and say, this was not on the agenda. We can talk about it today, but we cannot take any action on it
I
today.
see.
And then this will be on our next agenda. You could also then schedule a meeting 48 hours
48
from
hours
now.
after.
And what about at the meeting if someone has a new item that they want to talk about at the next public meeting? Can they say, I want to propose this agenda item for our next meeting and ask for a vote on whether or not that will be on the future meeting agenda?
So there's two options. One is the chair can agree and consent and say, I agree to add that to the next agenda. If the the reason that the member, the commissioner, and this, I'll use us as an example, if the commissioner saying, I asked for this to be on the agenda, the chair did not allow it, I would seek the remaining commission's indulgence on adding it. I thereby move to add this to our next public meeting agenda.
That's right.
That's when the chair becomes first among equals with one vote.
Yes.
And so if the chair says, I don't think it's an agenda item, and it's a 3-2 vote, it's now an agenda item. Over the objections of the chair. No offense.
So in our meeting packet, does it always say discussion and votes, or does it just say discussion?
No discussion votes.
And under discussion and votes, is there new business?
It's a separate item.
So it's not under discussion and votes? Okay,
So new business may be discussed, but not voted on.
correct.
And in the past,
I mean, you could, and if nobody complains, then.
right,
If it was, obviously, I would only want to do that if it was something dire that needed
Right.
immediate action.
but the point is that you can't. You're just gonna ruffle a lot of feathers. A lot of them. You can,
But you can't.
you can,
You can?
you can.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can,
let's
but
say
you
there was-
just run the risk that someone's gonna complain and say what you did was valid.
Well, let's just say this, we were public health, public safety, public welfare. What if something happened the morning of the meeting that jeopardized one of those 3 tenets? Would that be grounds for us to take an impromptu vote with no advance notice?
So depending on the context, you already have in your regulations an emergency aspect. So let's say it was a licensee that did something. I would probably summarily suspend or revoke their license, which would then come to you in normal course. So we have emergency powers already baked into our regulations that should be sufficient to protect and insulate the industry. So let's say you learned there was a news clip in the morning of someone literally carrying their mother plants into a U-Haul and driving it across the state of Connecticut, or into the state of Connecticut. Rest assured, I may not be at that public meeting because I'll be suspending their license immediately. Then coming back to you with an emergency hearing to probably revoke their license, if that makes sense. You wouldn't have to take a vote in that public meeting. We would probably want to comment on it and discuss
Make a
it,
public statement.
but I wouldn't seek a vote because then when we suspend or revoke their license, that licensee would have every grounds to say that was an invalid vote. It was not properly noticed. I didn't know I was on the agenda. You held a hearing on my license informally, but, so I think, I'm confident at least, I could think of other scenarios, but I'm confident we at least have some mechanisms that would allow us to act and then officially act in the proper sequence.
That's why Robert's Rules of Order, which is a whole other conversation we get there, is so important in the process. Whether we're really using them or we're not really using them, or there's a gray, depending on who the chair is.
It's more like a Bob's rules.
It's one of the Robert's Rules.
All right. I'm going to move us to goal setting.
Just on the agenda though,
Yeah.
did you want to bake in like that circulation of the agenda to commissioners as well?
For
Again,
comment,
Yeah,
circulation for
and
comment.
again, I realize any future chair may have the ability to say disregard that, but I think if you word it in a manual context, it at least embeds it in culture.
And can we just have a point of clarification for this bullet point? Where are we on it? Because we just had I feel like we drifted a little bit on the conversation. A public meeting agenda setting. Are you all set?
Yes, I think I'm all set.
Are we all set?
Yeah, I was going to say what Sean just did of baking in that, because it's not spelled out in these 3 bullets, and baking in commissioner input, seeking commissioner input, or chair seeks commissioner input.
And we're just doing a first round.
Okay.
So, and what happened is I'm going to do a draft. I'm going to send it to each of you and ask each of you to give me your comment. I'm going to circulate it to the commissioners for comment and review. And then I'm going to take all of the comments I get from all of you, including Sean, and then I'm going to revise the draft based on those. So that when we come back in September, we will have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Susan, I totally get that. I'm on the same page with you on that. I guess on this bullet, public meeting agenda setting, I know we were having a discussion, but did we have a discussion? Do we all feel like we have enough meat for that section? And then we discussed it 100%? Because I feel like we also have this new thing that we've put in place of public agenda comments, so I'm a little confused because we kind of talked about a couple of things.
So what's written on
What do you
the,
have right now?
what's written on the scope of issues?
Yeah.
The chair and executive director set with input from government affairs and general counsel, commission, and now we're gonna add circulate for comment to the commissioners.
Okay.
Commissioners can offer topics to the chair, staff can offer topics to the executive director. Chair's responsible for setting the final meeting agenda. And then we talked more about commissioners being able to vote to add an agenda item during a meeting for a future meeting.
Mhm.
And I have some detail about that.
This just reminded me of a comment I made at the last meeting around that first line. The chair and executive director said, and we might need to flesh that out a little bit because that was another rub where the executive directors, and I won't go into, but just understanding that he has a voice in that process. So sort of baking in some sort of language around that.
But I'm worried about it and reading it again. Saying specifically the chair and the executive director said.
Right.
I mean, we know where the final responsibility goes through, but I would almost, the chair with input from the executive director, and no disrespect to Matt or Christine, but I think you cover staff offering topics.
Basically how we staff it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to pull those two people out as having some type of additional authority over the rest of the staff, for one thing.
And what's to say that 6 months from now, we don't add a role that ends up absorbing some of the Matt functions, whereas Matt occupied that role of what he was in constituent services. So it's just, he does it by, at this point, proximity. He's been doing it. Right.
So is it better to say staff provide, offer topics and provide input to the executive director?
Can I have another comment? Hopefully we're done
What's
with
the
this.
revision for the first now? The first is now chair. sets-
Chair and exec, well, we know that the chair has final responsibility for the agenda. This says chair and executive director set, but it sounds like,
Okay, and then we're eliminating that with input, yeah.
yeah, but is that right? The chair and executive director set the agenda?
I still say the chair sets with input from the executive director.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then the executive director gets input from his team, commissioner to give our input to the chair, but
Yeah.
the chair still maintains that.
So to your
ultimate
point,
authority.
can then, if that's the case, can the chair change your slide deck and say you can't do that slide deck and you gotta lop that out of your slide deck?
I don't view that as the agenda. I mean, they could try, but I would probably say no.
So it's just what the topic is as opposed to.
To the content of the topic.
That's how I would interpret it.
Okay.
Susan, thank you for allowing because I knew there was still, I feel like we didn't get to it. But the other piece too, again, I know we're drafting, but the conversation we just had about sort of the procedures, and I'm thinking about the lawyers in the room, who I love.
Why did you feel the need to say that?
I don't know. Because you guys think, you guys have a specific training and how you read things. We all have strengths here. So, Ava said she writes, she was writing regulatory stuff before, right? So it just makes me think here. I'm wondering if we should add something here about that sort of like the time, like Sean's laughing, the, sort of like the rules a little bit and the timing of stuff in here, like what we discussed a little bit. You know, Sean, what you explained a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's like circulating,
Yeah.
with like a week's notice or
Yes,
something.
I think we, somehow maybe we added on here, and the only reason is, again, manual new commissioner. There's no, besides the onboarding and stuff, this public meeting agenda setting is very important, and understanding sort of the timing, the legalities, that's why I mentioned the lawyers, of what you have as a commissioner should be in here to understand what does that mean and what I cannot do. So I think we need to add a little bit of that in here. Does that make sense?
So circulate within 1 week's notice. Are there other time?
I mean, whatever, I feel like you kind of said it, Sean, you explained it a little bit, but I just think it's an important piece to Roy's point, you know, Ava, you made a point as well, so I think it's, you know, looking at this as like dummy proof, you know, I think we need to have it in there for this specific piece, so whatever those guidelines are, that policy is, whether it comes from Robert's Rules of Order, or it comes from our internal policies, but I think it would be nice to have some sprinkle of it there.
Right, so, kind of to your point, so Matt does circulate the draft agenda on a weekly basis, and you guys do you feel like you can comment and give feedback on that? So, and I guess I just bring this up because rather than just, because I like that practice, and I hope that you guys feel like it's a way to give feedback on what is on the agenda, and so, you know, I would like to kind of keep that practice in place, and certainly, I think the way things go, when is the last draft agenda gets circulated?
It's
Like
Tuesday. Like this
Tuesday,
past Tuesday.
okay, and is that what, that's a week in advance?
That's a week from posting.
Okay,
But we usually get the draft first, so
Right.
that's not even, like, that's the second iteration that comes, so.
Right.
did you get multiple
I like that too.
iterations?
Please.
Yeah, so like you guys can, there's the opportunity to think, you know, marinate, think a little bit more, and then the drafts just keep coming. I just wouldn't want you all just to get it once,
Right.
a week before.
But you see that, even that's a process, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, like, I think we
Yeah.
can talk a little bit about that once we draft the first draft of like what goes in there a little bit, just so folks
I
know.
think Sean hit on that. I have it in my notes here, that he said that underneath this circulation of agenda to chair, to commissioners.
I just have a question about anonymizing. So I feel like in the past, anytime I've added something or there's no anonymity, which is that what we want? In other words, like when a commissioner adds something for a discussion, does it need to be identified which commissioner or is it a sponsoring commissioner? Like, or is it just anonymized and added? I just have a question, because I just need clarity on that.
So there's some history to that. Commissioners would sponsor an item on the agenda, and it would just appear on the agenda, but not without any context or without any context. And then commissioners will often come to me and say,
How did they get there?
what the hell is this doing on the agenda? This shouldn't be on the agenda. And I would say, you need to go talk to the chair, or you need to go talk to this commissioner. But it would always start at me, and then commissioners would say, well, I don't know who to talk to about this, but I don't know where it came from. And so what we've done in the draft agendas, it doesn't appear on the public one. And the draft agenda is, this is sponsored by staff, this is sponsored by the chair. So that way at least you know where it's coming from. So, I mean, I'm open to other suggestions. Again, we've evolved into our process today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a recent change
It
amongst
was.
us. Yeah.
And then so for me, in the recent agendas, I would just put Commissioner Stebbins or the executive director on the commission discussion and votes, just so, and it would be, you know, with input, well, we'll just give the more recent things, items as an example. So the upcoming agenda. So Commissioner Stebbins, that was his idea, and rather than me present on something that I didn't know anything about, I thought it best that Commissioner Stebbins presented on it, so that's why Commissioner Stebbins. So that was just my take on it, and I
But we've
didn't
done this
realize,
before
oh,
you
you
came.
have, okay.
Yeah. And that was a discussion we had about, there was some confusion at one point. There was confusion about who to direct our questions towards, the same way that Sean kind of explained that. And so one of the ways to kind of rectify the issue is just to specify who was the sponsoring commissioner, so we knew who to engage with and who to ask questions about it.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it adds some clarity, and I'm not sort of running around trying to figure out who to speak with.
And I agree. So like, I'm looking at the draft. So like access and equity group discussion on disproportionately impacted areas. So is that staff, commission?
Access and equity group, it's the staff.
That's the DEI group.
It's the staff.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not on our draft though, like,
It's the access and equity group
Your
discussion.
name's in it.
okay.
And I had mentioned it, I think at the last meeting, in the context of the agenda setting, that they'd be coming in for this. So I guess if I just put access and equity, it'd be.
Present, okay, so that's a presentation by them.
And their materials will be in the slide deck ultimately. And there's, I can note.
So not to parse words, so like commission discussion and votes is not technically 100% fully descriptive because it's not like we're just having discussion on it. It's like it's a presentation. I don't know if I'm just wondering, should that be additional clarity in the draft agenda presentation by?
What do you mean, Commissioner?
So like seed to sale guidance update regarding seeds and cloves. Who's presenting that?
It's not on the agenda any longer. So which version are you looking at?
Oh, I thought I had the most current. I'm not in the board effects, I'm just in the last iteration that went around.
That one, that would have been me, but I've asked for it to be removed from the agenda.
Okay.
It won't be ready in time.
Are you,
Yeah, like responsible vendor training, that's usually Olivia, so we know that.
But oddly enough, this month it'll be Suko.
So I'm wondering if we need just a little more clarification around, I'm just throwing out there on the agenda. Like, I thought it was Olivia, Suko, that's fine. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm trying to hear you, but I don't understand what you're saying, but I also don't know if we gotta.
Well, I don't want to like belabor a point that's not necessary, so I just threw it out there like, and next month, us as a commission will be discussing the DIAs. So that's all I'm saying. That's a true commission discussion and vote, not a presentation.
At the same time, I think you should feel free to discuss this month. I mean, ultimately, you're getting a presentation from a group of staff. I would hope that that's thought-provoking to the point where you may ask questions. They're available to you in the event that you, so it's, that agenda item, that block, is really for you to engage with one another, but also with staff.
So I was confused at first blush. I read it like, oh, they moved it from September to August. That was my confusion. I read it quickly and I'm like, oh, we're gonna have commission discussion and vote on DIA, which I thought was September, now it's August.
But
So
you don't have but I guess just so I understand too, Kim, you don't have are you stuck on the title, commission discussion and votes as it
no, I
relates
was
to
just the
this?
subject under that, just the
Okay,
subject, you know.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
Hopefully, when we revisit.
I really thought legit it got switched from September to August,
Got it.
first blush.
Which, hopefully, when we revisit the upcoming meeting agenda topics, that's where we'll be able to dive into who's doing what, when's it coming up, who's it assigned to. Ask those types of questions.
And the public could be confused. So if this is what the public sees, they could think we're voting on DIAs.
right, I'm gonna try and bring it back to the charter because probably this level of detail isn't gonna be in the charter in terms of how the agenda identifies presentation versus discussion and vote. So I'm gonna let you talk about that during the break, if that's okay.
I do like the idea of 2 weeks out from the meeting, commissioners get a first draft of the agenda, 1 week out. any
The next
revision.
iteration.
I think embedding that into, I mean, it's part of our process now,
Right.
but embedding it into the charter and what we know we're all allowed and entitled to see, I think is a critical point.
So what I was thinking is, and we can add the 2 weeks, but circulate the agenda to the commission and then a draft final 1 week prior, so that that becomes kind of your last shot at it, but it suggests that there's multiple iterations that come to you. I had a question though, I think I heard you say that it is the government affairs person that circulates the agenda. Do you want to keep that in, or should it just say staff?
I think it's staff.
Staff.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a good way to sign.
It may not be that.
And we also have SOPs internally on materials, meeting materials. So we could also reference them in, the charter can reference, follow consistent with SOPs. That way we're not duplicating or conflicting at some point. Because the SOP could change at some point. Maybe there's no way to move through it. So.
Okay.
This is a big topic, Susan.
Okay.
That's why it makes sense.
It is.
Is there a way for someone to send me the SOP so that I can make sure that what I'm
Grace, I'll
drafting?
ask Grace. She should have,
Okay.
she'll have, it's on the internet, so she can find
Which SOP is it?
It might be in the ops guide, as far as materials when they're due.
Got it.
Some of it's very internal, like what materials are due to me versus when they get circulated to commissioners. So
I guess that's what I was talking about earlier when I went around the circle. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's in SOPs that we don't see all the time, but for the purposes of this manual, I think it's good to put it in.
Okay. Anything else on agenda setting? You good on that? Okay, let's move to goal setting. And I know there are goals for the commission, there are goals for the executive director, and we started to talk about the possibility of goals for commissioners and changing the goals. So open up the floor to setting of goal setting, or is the proper word priority setting?
I think the words are interchangeable. I think where we evolved this year with setting the executive director's goals are not task-oriented as they might have been in the past. They're much more broadly, and those goals kind of cascade down through each individual department having a role, et cetera, et cetera. I don't feel there's been, or I'd like to explore the opportunity of, we approved the executive director's goals, and just as he is engaging all of the team in helping to meet those goals, is there some opportunity or reflection back to commissioners as to how each of the five of us, instead of just saying, yes, those are your goals, go do them, what role can we play? How can we be supportive of the ends, the end results that the executive director is trying to achieve? I don't know if we each have our own individual goals, which aren't really public, they're not really voted upon. They're more of our own priorities based on the seat we occupy or where our individual interests are, but pull in a way to, that's what your executive director, your goals, get in the boat, we're going to push you off from shore, good luck. Finding a way for commissioners to support the executive director's efforts. I don't think we've had a discussion about looking at it that way.
Let's open up the floor for that discussion.
I'm always willing to have one more person to scapegoat. I would have met this goal, but this commissioner was involved.
Impeded my progress.
Yeah, this is a good project and they never showed.
Can you imagine a way that the commissioners can support your efforts? What would that look like?
Now even reference, develop this in consultation with the commissioners. So especially the strategic planning and there's no way that commissioners can't be, they need to be at the table in that example especially. But the one thing I think I would be a little hesitant about is if the commission set whatever the volume of goals is. Let's say it's a reasonable range between 7 and 10 for me as the executive director. And then if each individual commissioner had their own individual goals, what I think would concern me there is there's an expectation therefore that there's going to be resource allocation for those goals. And now it becomes a competition for those resources. When in reality, I think if any commissioner has a personal goal or objective, it can and should be incorporated into my goals. In other words, I think it's incumbent upon the commissioner to advocate to the other commissioners to say, you know what I think we should do as an agency? I think we should pursue this as not a task, but an objective. And then hopefully if persuasive enough, it now becomes the agency's goal. But that's how I think we get together as an agency and row in the same direction versus I row in one and then there's 5 other boats that are rowing in different directions, potentially pulling potentially pushing. So that's just, I guess I'm trying to frame it in my head of how that would practically work, and that's a concern that comes to mind.
And I think part of this came up during the assessment of how commissioners can access resources. So I think that's part of the priority setting, which then goes into resource allocation, and then commissioners feeling like they're outside of the work. And so I think this kind of goes to a question of how do the commissioners get more engaged?
I have a very simple question, but like, it might be a dumb question. I gotta dumb this down a little bit, because when we came onto the commission, I think like within a couple of weeks, we were asked about signing off on Sean's goals. Can you tell us how they're developed? Because I feel like we've been building off of the goals that were already set prior to us coming here.
I can give you two different answers.
Okay.
Because they've been developed in two different methods. The most recent method, which is what you voted on this year,
Yeah.
was collaborative. It originated first from extending what was not met this past calendar year, that therefore needs to cascade into this year.
Right.
And also a question as to staff, what are your objectives, or where do you think? So let's brainstorm ourselves and then bring a proposal to the commission to then seek your feedback. Historically, when it was more of a task-based, it would really originate with commissioners, and some more than others, saying, I want you to do this thing. So one of my goals, for instance, historically was develop a handbook,
Okay.
because we don't have one and I want one.
Okay.
And that became one of my goals.
Okay. I'll tell you.
I didn't have a lot of input into that.
That's helpful. The reason why I asked that is one, because I know we've been building off of the old goals and sort of continuing that. But to Bruce's point, you talked about some like commissioners sort of sharing some responsibility in that. And it sounds like you were sort of given goals without, I don't know if the commissioner who kind of assigned or asked for that goal sort of helped in carrying out the goal. But if we maybe incorporated something that says, if a commissioner is going to suggest or offer a goal for the ED, then they have something there that attaches that commissioner to kind of help fulfill that.
Like it becomes your go-to.
Right.
What are your priorities?
So it's not just like Bruce was mentioning, it's not like, the ED is kind of bearing the burden without any sort of accountability.
Yeah. I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea.
I'll be honest, and I think Commissioner Stebbins has really been a driving force of, I keep describing it as just trying to train our eyes a little higher on the horizon of like, where are we going 3 to 5 years from now versus what task needs to be accomplished in the next 6 months. And our staff, I think, is also grateful because I can take those goals and now turn them into tasks. So in order to develop a 3-year strategic plan for social equity program and equity broadly, what tasks can we assign to that then get us there? I think, again, Commissioner Stebbins has really been forceful in trying to just get us into that better structure. What I would love to see, frankly, and I was surprised this year, there was not a ton of discussion at the commission level on the goals. They were largely adopted as written, which obviously I think speaks to, that means they were close to accurate as far as, are we matched as far as your priorities versus where I think we should be going? But then I think if any commissioner were to volunteer, and actually the reason I brought 7 was I thought I'd leave with 10. Thinking someone's gonna say, I'd like to add 1.
Yeah.
And then, so I left some breathing room for that. But I think if a commissioner were to say, I'd like us to focus more, or focus, maybe not more, but focus over here, then I would obviously naturally gravitate to that commissioner and say, what do you mean and how do we get there?
So to Ava's point, I didn't know that was the process. Like, I didn't know there was a process around your goal setting. And so for us to bring things forward, not after they're drafted, but prior to being drafted, was that a process? I don't know what the process was.
It was a commission discussion and vote. And I think
But
that's
they were written already.
They were written.
That's
absolutely.
my question.
Yep.
Prior to writing them, is there a process prior to the first draft? where we can bring things.
Yeah, I sat with each commissioner and kind of worked through what are your priorities, how do they weren't built with me alone sitting by myself in short.
No, I didn't mean to intimate that either.
And I think it was very inclusive, I interpreted it as being inclusive. I sat with department heads, direct reports, I sat with commissioners and really tried to craft based on what do I hear a lot about? Where do I think we need to invest some time and energy? What's our mission? And how do we pursue it? And so that's why, there's things in there that are also, I'll be perfectly blunt and candid, like there are priorities of mine. The reason open data is in there is because I care about it.
You're right.
And I think, but I also think it's consistent with our mission. The differentiation between 5-year strategic planning on the agency and operation versus 3 years for equity was really the cascading from the year prior, but also that in order to get to a 5-year operational plan, where are we going on equity?
Right.
And so those are like research is in there, trying to speak to stakeholder engagement. So I guess maybe that's the way we can enhance the process moving forward, is just setting clearer expectations on anyone's free to, any commissioner is free to really volunteer something at the commission level. That includes adding, that also includes subtracting and saying, I don't agree with this goal. I don't think this is appropriate, or I don't think this is, I don't know, achievable, whatever it might be, but I would certainly look for more engagement.
I think I understand why it comes off like that, and it's because we're building on what's already been created. That's the thing. It's like some of the goals that we saw, from the beginning of those discussions are like the old goals that are kind of continuing.
Carrying over.
Yeah, they're carrying on. So it comes off, at least like that, my interpretation is like, it looks like it was already drafted because it was already sort of initiated prior to us being here.
Right.
I think that's a part of it too.
I have a question. Sean, was it your sense that you were engaging each of the commissioners as you were developing your goals? And did the commissioners realize that they were being engaged on that?
That's a good question.
So I think as blatant a question of what do you think my goals should be, I would hope that that's interpreted as he's asking my opinion on his goals. So, and then again, historically, that was the process for this current year, not always.
But that's something that I will say early on when I was a new commissioner and I think we talked about your goals in like the second meeting that we had. I had no clue what that meant. So I didn't know like sort of the gravity of like what we were doing and that like what that sort of the impact of that on the agency and like on staff and priorities and resources. So I think there's some understanding that lacked that now I understand, of course, because I've been here and Sean does, meet with us and we talk through it. But I think, at one point it took some time and we were making decisions before really fully understanding what was happening.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Thinking ahead too, your terms are September 1, all of you. Which means anyone that enters this commission, speaking to the manual, you're going to be coming in after a mid-year review and before setting new goals. So you're going to be coming in midstream, mid-year,
Ideally.
mid-fiscal year. So but I'm saying from a term standpoint,
Okay.
That's where, yes, ideally, maybe not. I think that's where I think we just need to anticipate when a new commissioner will be joining, speaking to that future tense, what is the role of a commissioner, how do I set priorities? How do I not? What are the resources available? So at that point, you'll be inheriting a budget and inheriting goals.
Inheriting, that's the word.
Yeah.
And then being asked in pretty short order too, what's your goals for the next fiscal year?
That's right.
I'm sorry,
That's
next
right.
calendar year be.
Yeah.
So I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, that's.
It's a
What
newness
is our
factor.
process?
I didn't understand it either.
Yeah.
I know we're talking about what we're talking about.
Okay.
We were trying to figure out goal setting.
No, I
Goal
know,
setting.
I know.
Okay.
I'm joking, because I'm like, but I was just gonna say, that I hear everything, I hear what folks are saying, but also like, Sean, to your point right now too, and I'm thinking very, very specific, very practical, commissioner, we're trying to create a charter, but also kind of for commissioner, for the benefit of commissioners, sorry, I was thinking in Spanish right now, I had to translate. a timeline at some point of like how the commission moves. You know, we kind of know what happens when. I think will be helpful as well to kind of either put within like the role of the ED or somewhere within the role of the commission, so commissioners also know that, you know, because when we first got here, like to Ava's point, it was like carry up and catch up. And then Commissioner Roy, I think you came into the second phase of the new phase. So you've been part of the new phase of figuring out the creation of it. So you might have not known before, but you were part of the whole creation of it. So kind of having a timeline, like a calendar, you know, the budget at the, you know, it's a 2-year session in Massachusetts. The budget comes on this day. Here's the last day to, you know, close our books, like something like that, I think would be very helpful for new commissioners coming or anybody to understand, because we are here like every month, we're like, feed us. And if you don't know what's happening in the outside world, there's an inside game and an outside game. So if you don't know what's happening inside and outside, you don't know how to kind of, you just don't know what's gonna come up. So I'm just suggesting something, again, as the major visual person in the room, like something that kind of, you know, helps us to see a timeline of what happens.
But and to that point, yeah, I'd love to see, you know, the visual kind of calendar of responsibilities, but that is embedded in our authority, it's
Correct.
embedded in the
Correct.
ED's authority.
Correct.
You know, present your goals for the coming year by this date.
Yeah.
Commission can approve those goals.
Yeah.
We can delay those goals.
Yeah.
We can
Yeah.
take as long as we need. But I
Absolutely.
hear you in terms of what are those things as we go through this become embedded in a not too rigid, because we want to have some ability to be nimble, but
Yeah.
ideal situation, this is the timing for
Yeah.
what we would want to do.
I think, sorry, if I could just add, if I could just add, I think the other piece of it too, and I had said this, I think maybe Sean, you and I had this conversation, I said it before in public or at the last meeting, but, you know, when you think about, you know, there's stuff that's realistic here and there's stuff that's just not realistic, and, but when you think about the, you know, the ED role, you think about commissioners and how we've come in, you know, we've needed time to understand our roles, our seats, this whole piece, right? You know, am I crossing over to the public safety seat? Am I crossing over to the public health seat? What do I want to work on? Who do I want to work on, right? What do I want to work on myself? So I think this is just me out loud here. I'd be curious to see what you all think about, like, I'm going to use the word strategic plan for commissioners, but it's more of a priority or goal setting of, like, you know, I don't know, like we don't have our own performance evaluations, right? Or we're not turning in anything. We're just talking to Sean and saying, hey, my priority is ABC while I'm here. But I also don't know what Commissioner Roy's priority is unless her and I are talking or she's putting it out there into the universe. So kind of thinking strategically and intentional of, like, you know, as a commissioner, you come in, like, what is it that you think you want to work on? And then what's that plan? You know, and it's something, I don't want to make too much more work for anybody, but is it something that we present to each other, you know, once a year or every 2 years to discuss and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking of working on? I don't know, but I feel like there's a lot that we're working on, but it's not, we're in silos, obviously, open meeting law and things like that. So I don't know. I just think, in having managed an organization of so many people and committees and subcommittees in the past, is sort of like, you know, what does everybody kind of want to work on? And I think it's for the benefit of the executive director to really, because Sean is our only traffic cop, you know, like, we're having these conversations with him all the time, and it's verbal. There's nothing in writing. There's nothing that we're putting in as a plan, but, you know, maybe.
There are things in writing though.
Huh?
There are things that we put in writing.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we're not, you're right. But, you know, I haven't sent you, you know, a whole detailed thing on what I'm working on. I tell you all the time. So I'm just thinking more strategically, more like one-pager type stuff, but I'm also thinking, like, for the public to understand what we're doing, what we're working on, but most importantly, I think for us as commissioners to understand what we're each working on. And, like, at a high level, we're trying to move policy it's not gonna happen for another 2-3 years. And if Bruce is working on something that I know is gonna take a year, 2 years, like, I kind of want to know that, so that if I'm also working on my own thing, that I'm not going somewhere else, and that if I could be helpful to this policy, then I want to be helpful to it. So I know it was a lot, but I just kind of want to throw it out there because we are talking about it, and maybe it's nothing, but and maybe I'm just too optimistic on collaboration.
No, I think it's a good point. I think it's, and again, we're again reflecting on our current state, our snapshot of time where we have 5 commissioners who, for the most part, like each other, but are willing to work with each other. So to answer your question, I think one ideal time is a goal setting for the executive director. Like you're focusing on the 3-year strategic plan for equity and inclusion.
Yep.
For me, that'd be a point of, I'm your person, I
Yeah.
want to work with you on that.
Yep.
All the granular tasks that are underneath it, but I want to focus on that as the policy. I also think what we've been having a conversation about upcoming topics is kind of outside of that process a little bit, but where it might be something more directive. Can we have a conversation in our next meeting about something that I'm working on? I'd want the commission's feedback. So if you're looking for that formal piece of the process, I think I don't want to say there are only 2 bites of the apple, but we can build in 2 bites of the apple to give the 5 of us that chance to talk about what we're working on or what we're focused on.
And formal, I don't know, formal, informal, but I think the conversation is why we're here, because we can't have the conversation sometimes.
But I'm sorry, let me, what I took from gaming, and we do have this as an element of our agenda here, which is kind of opening comments by commissioners. And we use it to obviously thank the team that we have supporting us, but also thinking through, I spoke to this group, Ava's participating on this conference and bringing back what you heard. That's another way, I think, of reflecting where our interests are, where our priorities might be, and then, inviting questions.
I just have a concern around that and a comment. So my concern is if we're oversharing, because I don't want to violate open meeting law. And if we overshare, if you and I are working on billboards and we overshare, and that affects policy, that's my concern about the overshare, that we don't violate that. And I just have a comment that I really feel we need an asterisk around not only to look out for you, Sean, but future executive directors, that based on either new legislation or current events, that all goals are subject to redaction, revision, and review. Because chances are you're not going to be able to meet all of these if we're now in charge of HCAs. So I feel that we need to have an asterisk in there that we as a commission can revisit your goals, because why should you be penalized when we have new law coming through that is going to significantly impact your ability to satisfy all these other goals?
I was actually planning on making an argument that the new law actually helps in pursuit of some of those goals.
But all of them,
Especially
so
around-
if you fall short on 2 of them, I don't want you to be penalized because so much of your attention has to go to
So I think
there.
some of our attention was focused on even getting it done. And I think that speaks to one of the goals being doubling equity participation. What's going to help
Exactly.
is that new law, having municipal equity provisions is going to be hugely valuable in that. So it's perspective on the goal thing. And I think to Commissioner Camargo's point, I think you all have the priorities that you're working on. And sometimes it's really consistent with the declared goals. It runs the risk potentially, eventually, of not being consistent. And that's where I think some of the resource contention and rub comes in of, I need resources for this project or for this, whatever it is. And the resource could be just human capital. I need a team, give me a team. And then that's where I've got to figure out, all right, how do I balance this? Because I may end up sacrificing one of my goals, but to appease one of my bosses. And then it comes time to review my goals and I say, I didn't meet this one.
And then you have 5 bosses who all want something. So,
But that sort of goes back to the beginning of this conversation and aligning commissioners with the goals that are being set. And if we're creating those goals for you, then in theory, the goals should include our priorities that we have as well. So I think it's, we're just trying to streamline that process so that it's all kind of ingrained together and the resources are going towards the priorities that we have as well.
So then, are you anticipating, or do you want a commissioner level goal setting process then? I mean, it sounds like yes.
I'm on the fence about that, I'll be honest with
Yeah,
you, I'm
I-
listening, but.
I'm talking out loud,
Okay.
right? Just, I'm curious what people think. But I think that's you being on the fence, me too, right? Like I'm saying it, and what you're saying right now is, it's there, right? But we've never really had the conversation.
Right.
So,
I view Lisa, like, I'm your vessel for your goals. Without, acknowledging, I have authority to kind of captain the ship, so to speak. But you point it, you tell me where you want it to go, and I'll make sure that we get it there.
It sounds like it's a culture issue that the input can now be more explicit. So people know that when they're having conversations with you, they can be more clear that they need to, when they have that conversation with you, they need to have thought of what their goals are.
But I think at the same time, I'm sorry, Sean, though, I mean, I appreciate this, but, what I've heard at times is it sounds like, you're concerned about, okay, if their goals or desires from the commissioners, your concern is resource from staff. And I think that to the extent things come up and you are, priorities from different commissioners, if your response is like, this is going to be hard because our folks are already looking at HDAs or something like that, I think commissioners need to understand and kind of accept the fact that this agency can't do everything. And so perhaps on a particular goal that has come up midstream, that the agency can't tackle 100% at that time. We commissioners need to understand that perhaps our goal takes a back burner for a bit. And I wonder if there's a way to include that in whatever goal setting section around commissioners exists.
so can I play devil's advocate, kind of? All right, so yeah, completely agree. So y'all three are commissioners, you guys are, talk to Sean, you've embedded your sort of goals into his kind of stuff, great. I'm a separate commissioner and we've had the conversation, verbal, maybe put it in an email, but my goals haven't been attended. My priorities have not been attended to or sort of in the back burner because staff capacity or because we're already similarly working on this or, so then how, I guess that's the piece what I'm thinking, right? So then I have to wait till next year to, advocate for this, and I gotta kind of talk about it now so that I'm in line for next year, hoping that happens. If not, I gotta wait 2 more years, right? So I guess that's some of my thinking too, is like, so you guys are working on billboards, from what I hear right now, right? Perfect example, right? So like, great, glad, good. Haven't heard anything else, just that you guys are now kind of working on billboards. So I'm not gonna pursue anything around billboards or anything that's parallel around it because they're really working on it. They're gonna do it. I'm gonna let it go. There may be, using an example, an equity component in billboards, but I'm gonna sit tight until they figure out what's happening. But at least now I know that that's actually happening and that we're gonna put resources in this year to, whatever, a billboard campaign or an expungement campaign and an equity campaign. Right, and as commissioners, okay, now we have 3 major priorities for the commission. We don't vote on that, we're just kind of inside
It's like
like
social
working.
consumption, you said you guys,
Yeah.
you two, right?
Yeah, same
Right, so
thing,
you can add that to,
yeah, use an example.
yeah.
So that's my point, it's like, that's we don't vote on who's working on what or priorities or, so in your example, I hear you. I'm just trying to be a little bit of the devil's advocate in terms of that point. And I might have confused a little
No,
bit, but.
I think that's the right question for clarity, because also if people are inheriting goals for their first year,
Yeah,
how do they get some of the issues that they're most interested in? And I think that's the question we need to figure
Thank you.
out.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that there are ways around it. So if you want to certainly have like larger participation amongst commissioners so that it's 3 of you working on billboards with social, then it seems to me that you then create like a subcommittee and then you start, and the chair delegates to you guys and then you initiate an open meeting and then you go into.
Yeah, there's
executive
ways,
session.
there's
So
ways
there are
around it,
ways, and I think depending on the issue, I'm gonna find it hard pressed that the executive director is gonna say flat out no. I mean, certainly it depends on the issue. So, for example, I really don't like the color scheme.
Right.
And I wanna change it. I don't like the green and the brown. And so I wanna create a working group. So exactly, Sean is gonna say, okay, that's not a high priority for us. So Chair Kim, you either do it yourself or you wait. Like, to me, I feel like we need to allow the executive director to have the authority to negotiate.
Priorities,
and-
absolutely.
Yes, and the
Yes.
commissioners need to realize we are going to be disappointed sometimes.
Yes.
It's also
So
the
that
first
is-
I've heard about this color scheme.
You should use the horse cannabis. That's
Yeah,
good.
that's why she has
Forgot
the
about
black
horse
plan.
cannabis, yes.
She's here to make.
So I think you're right. So I think a more identifiably inclusive process will enable an understanding of the limitation of resources.
Yes.
I also think there's going to be a commissioner sometime in the future that's very insistent.
Right.
And how do you want to handle that? So there's someone who really, really wants to work. That person is bringing it up over and over. This is the future. I'm not suggesting anyone's been like this.
There have been.
Yes,
And
I
it's
would really
plural.
like blue
Susan is giving
color.
us a way out.
Nope.
Thanks for noticing.
So diplomatic about it.
No, but I
Don't
think
tell
that's
me it could
the,
get worse.
I think that's the case that we need to look at. What happens with that scenario?
I just have one more question around process. I know we have to move on. But all of us received an email in December from Erica saying, good morning, commissioners. Per the discussion led by Commissioner Stebbins during your November meeting, attached you'll find the ED 2021 consensus review input form. Please complete, return by January 15th. Also discussed the form was used in prior years to review and evaluate ED's performance. Moving forward, the CPO will review, summarize, anonymize it, da, 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 da. So the two forms we got were your list of your goals and then rating you. But rating not your goals, rating your management style, your performance. We had to give a numerical value to your leadership skills. So the goals were already written, so it's like retroactive, the commissioners go back. I just didn't know if a third form could be added that like maybe even prior to this email, any thoughts around goals that you have, please feel free to submit prior to the goals even being enumerated. We would have an opportunity to put in writing as opposed to just our one-on-one meetings. In writing, like, not saying it's set in stone, you have to do it, but just suggestions, a suggestion form for goals prior to the goals coming out.
I have no objection to that.
Because it's just verbal, like, there's nothing in writing, we just kind of
No, I
verbalize.
think to me that's initial content. It gives me perspective. And
It might help you in a way,
And
like,
also when I sit with, in the way the process has been established and developed too, which I think is also helpful, is the commission can designate someone through alongside Erica to compile and then review.
Prior
with
to.
me. And then, but if I get that feedback at that point, that initial build will inform every conversation that I have with departments as well as commissioners. So I think that's reasonable. I think also to the chair's point around as things come up or as commissioners raise new topics, that speaks to your discussion about the commission has the ability to kind of revise, reevaluate, reconsider, and that could be midstream. The impetus for that could be certainly new law. We then have a job to do, but it also could be crisis, emergency, or just you know what, we need to drop what we're doing and tackle this right now. enough's enough. And I guess I do view right now, I think I could come to the commission publicly in a meeting and say, I would seek your indulgence to, I'm gonna shift some resources. But I would also look, I wouldn't do that on my own. I would want to engage you in that process and say,
That becomes a policy discussion.
I think that is, yeah.
Can I, my observation on that though is I feel like it's because your goals are not task-oriented, they're like big picture-oriented, because they're not task-oriented, I'm gonna find it hard pressed that there will be a time where you're a total fail on any of your goals. Like, for example, is one of your goals to create like a world-class agency, and then there are like kind of tasks underneath that? Certainly to the extent that we're talking about this new legislation and you're mobilize the agency to live up to the mandates under that legislation, and you implement that legislation, and you hire people, and you put out regs, and you put out new forms. If you come to us at the end of the year and say, I have accomplished this, certainly in my mind, it doesn't matter that it's this implementation of this new legislation that you got you to your goal. That's still goal fulfilled, and perhaps the other tasks were not done, but like, I would think that as a fair manager, we would say, okay, so great, the initial task outline may not have been done, but you did these other things, and so it exceeds expectations.
Could you imagine, though, there's something happening that would require a review and revision of goals?
Like a wholesale, we're no longer going to do the social equity program? I doubt that that's going to happen. What's another one? We're not going to focus on having an outstanding agency. It's probably not going to happen. Like, Sean's goals are very high level. So I personally can't see a situation where Sean's just going to say, I'm not going to create a 5-year plan for the social equity group or a 5-year plan for this agency.
And I think where we want to, and I don't know how we embed this, but yeah, there's initial goal setting, there's mid-year update. I think the ED in this case has been very open in terms of if this bill comes down the line, I may have to readjust things, and we need to feel more comfortable having that conversation at a public meeting and feeling that we all 5 of us have that ability to raise those questions. I've said for a long time, I want to see the ED report move from being just rehash of all numbers, but let's build in some meat and some conversation. But at the same time, use this as an example. We're focusing on billboards. We're focusing on billboards for a couple of reasons. Obviously, we've gotten complaints from interested stakeholder parties that reach out to us. At the same time, I don't necessarily think our licensees are complying with our regs. They're trying to skirt our regs a little bit. So we have a regulatory bite at the apple to do something, as well as, and I would think this would be not just a conversation one commissioner and I are having, but we'd bring it back to the full commission to say, should we make this regulatory change, or I want to voice my opinion on something. And I think part of this is we move from scrambling to do the work commission to where we're settling into a maturity now that we have that time to reflect. We have that time to say, maybe this isn't working. It's why I didn't want to see us get into a time frame for looking at regs, because I always think they're on the table if we see they're not working.
I have 2 questions. One is does billboards fit into an existing goal? And then I'll say my second comment while you're thinking about that, which is I can imagine if there's an opportunity to readjust because something happened, there might be concern about some commissioners using that opportunity to put forward a priority that didn't land in the year's goals. So it seems like there needs to be some protections at the same time.
To answer the first question, I would look at, and this kind of comes back to Commissioner Roy's point on her slide of it, we're also responsive to a group of stakeholders, be they pro-cannabis folks, anti-cannabis folks, whatever. We are responsible to at least listen to the public. We're also responsible for having a role in making sure our regs are interpreted in the way in which we wanted to see them interpreted. I think that probably ties back into the executive director's goals of, first-class agency, right? Part of that is we want our licensees to abide by our rules and regulations. And I would say being a good agency would not mean necessarily turning a blind eye to something that's happening. And again, when I think of adjustment of goals, I look at procedurally, we have two bites at the apple. We have initial presentation of goals and adoption of those. We can look at where he is mid-year. Do we still all agree those are goals, or can we change them? I also think that there's a way in which we're structured that if one commissioner was adamant about a priority, adamant about a goal, didn't think it was being addressed, that you got to bring that to a public conversation. And if they're an outlier on this, then 4 people are going to say you're wrong, or 3 will say you're wrong and we shouldn't change it. I don't know how you ingrain that or embed that too much.
Well, I think that's where I come in, and from a management standpoint, ultimately as well. I think to the chair's point, the goals are lofty enough, but by being there, they also lend themselves to a lot of interpretation. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm a little wary of us talking about the existing goals and using that kind of as a determining thing going forward, because we don't know if, those goals will change. They're lofty right now, but
It's gonna be more granular.
right, we just don't know. But sorry, Sean.
But I think to that point though is therefore, because they're open to interpretation, any one commissioner can say, you want to build a world-class agency, do this thing.
Right.
And my answer could be, I don't know if I agree with that, but I think that's where my job is to work with commissioners and say, I see you here, however, can we tweak it a little bit? And also being aware of the perspective of 4 other commissioners and saying, if I tweak it just this much, I'm going to be able to get 2 commissioners on board with this and then apply some resources to it. And I know that at least 2 commissioners are going to see this as being consistent with my goals. The other thing on the mid-year revision, wherever it might be, is I just presented in July on the mid-year. I laid out here's some things that we're working on, here's some things that I expect to do. I may have to revise some of those things I'm intending to do based on the legislation. So my response at the end of the year might be a little choppy. It might include, I shifted gears a little bit to accommodate this legislation. However, that shifting of gears is consistent with the goal. So I don't know that I'm revising the goal as much as I may be revising some of the tactics.
You're adding another metric to your goal to measure it at the end of the year.
And so I might say though, I know I told you in July that I was going to do X, Y, Z, but I did ABC instead. I did ABC instead though, because of the shifting priority that came from the State House. Our ability to pivot and shift and be as nimble as we were is further evidence of us being a world-class agency.
Exactly.
So I guess I would make that connection.
Number 2 isn't lofty. I think you completed it though. Complete rollout of dynamics across all departments with 100% staff compliance on data entry. That's not lofty, that's very concrete.
Sure.
So some of them are a little more concrete than others.
Governance is a goal.
Right, so I'm just saying that's why they asterisk, because for whatever reason, if we had to shift focus and resources and you couldn't 100% complete too. I don't want you to be penalized for that because that's not lofty, that's concrete.
So, yeah, there needs to be something about the potential for pivoting. So I'll try to draft something about that. But I think it's also, what I'm hearing a lot is the culture that you're trying to create, right? That people have input into what Sean's goals are, the executive director's goals are, understand that those were selected from others that could have been selected, and that when someone has a personal priority, to have some understanding that it can't necessarily be met right away. And that if if that is a very strong priority, to bring that to a public meeting and see if 2 other commissioners would vote to cause that to be a shift.
I think that's the crux of it, is raising the transparency level of all of this. So I'm not a lawyer like Commissioner Concepcion, but I'm happy to help you draft that.
Great.
And the other thing, just for historical context too, which might speak to how we ended up where we are, is we talk in years, fiscal years, calendar years, in that is sometimes the rub where my goals would sometimes be adopted based on a fiscal year. And then they might get adopted based on a calendar year. I think now we're on a calendar year basis, which makes sense. It actually coincides with all of our staff as well. But I often experience not so much the goal setting, but my evaluation process as being, I have set somebody, now we're going to do your evaluation. We haven't done it in a while. And so I think having the structure we have now is predictable and then gets us into that now annual exercise. The challenge being, though, my goals are set as we're building a budget, because the governor's budget comes out the end of January. So I have to kind of anticipate a little bit based on last year's goals, what might be coming in this year's goals. But I guess there's no good season to that because the budget process being what it is. But I guess I don't have a solution as much as I'm just throwing out a kind
Well,
of a
that's good
challenge.
that there's a mid-year
I think so.
check-in, because then that's kind of built-in structure. We create something based on what we anticipate in January, and then depending on how things come out, and certainly at the end of the legislative session that is kind of around this time of the year, you can adjust.
Yeah, I think we make it work. It's a matter of, the biggest single advantage we have with this process now is that it coincides with all of our staff goals.
Right.
So everybody's on the same cycle.
All right, I think this is a good time for lunch. Can someone check in with Grace and see if lunch is here? 12:30 was what we did last time, so.
So half an hour for lunch?
Yeah, so we'll be back at 1, and then we're going until 3. So we'll have 2 more hours.
And do you feel like the goal setting part is done, or, okay?
Yeah, because Commissioner Stebbins said that he's going to draft that
Right.
section.
With you.
In collaboration.
I'd like to adjust my own goals.
Yeah, so we'll start with the commissioner, staff, and leadership team interactions, number 6.
Sabayo, we're gonna take a lunch break.
Sounds good. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Samuel.
Thank you, Samuel.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Let's talk next about the commissioner's staff, the leadership team interactions. And I think this is on page 2 of the scope of issues. And so these are just underneath, we've got scheduled interactions, informal interactions, requests for info and expected response time, challenges, division of labor, out of bounds for commissioners. versus responsiveness, board communication. So this is kind of a catch-all for, I think, some of what's historically been complicated. So I'm just going to open up the floor and let someone start the conversation.
For me, this kind of gets to the crux of the whole responsibilities, and at the same time, for me, again, whether it's responding to stakeholder concerns that we get, some of it is just our normal course of business of, I want to follow up with something, and I may not go right to the executive director, I may go to head of communications, I may go to head of licensing, not to leave the ED out, I'm just trying to find the most direct way to get a question answered.
Mm-hmm.
If it becomes something bigger than that, then obviously I feel a responsibility to bring it to the executive director's attention. Usually he already knows I had that interaction, so that's good, but I think finding a way to make sure that commissioners keep the executive director in the loop without adding to the executive director's workload. But there's also categories of things that we ask staff for. It could be something, do you know this group? I have a question about this license that's up for renewal. Maybe talking to staff about bigger thinking issues. Plus we all have regular check-ins, or at least I do, with some of those key direct reports. So for me, it's trying not to, it's efficiency, but it's also making sure I'm not doing something that the ED is not aware of. And then obviously, I think the big one is, what's out of bounds for us.
So let's stick with that part first. And are those communications typically emails, telephone, in person?
It's email, it's call, it's team chat. I mean, it's all of those.
Can I ask Sean a question? With anonymizing this, your direct reports, how do I say this? Not get upset, but maybe have issue when we go around.
To their staff? Or
Yes.
I think it's a general statement.
And can I ask, so, and maybe this is, so I didn't think that commissioners, I'd love to get some idea on kind of the line on commissioners and regular meetings with department heads and staff. Like, for me, my main contact and primary contact is Sean. So things kind of come up, questions, I just funnel through him. And I guess I didn't realize or appreciate that folks are having regular meetings with department heads. And so I was just curious, about that as a practice.
Assuming you allow that, or else we're really throwing a grenade on the table. I enjoy the interactions. I think that's, at least in the time I've been here, that seems to be a wall that came down, and I think it's helpful. I think it also relieves a whole lot of stress and work off the ED's plate. But again, I think I won't have a conversation about something with a direct report without his either knowledge ahead of time or his knowledge shortly after I've had a conversation. And again, like I said, I've appreciated the fact that sometimes I'll raise an issue with him. He's like, yeah, I already knew that was coming because of all of his interactions with his direct reports as well. But again, to just kind of silo different conversations, some of it, again, might be more immediate, more granular about something on our commission meeting agenda. Another conversation might be a little bit of brainstorming, and then you have another silo, which is an official working group focused on director and direct control, for example. So.
Yeah, I can see the working group, but the regular meetings with the department heads, I guess I didn't realize that that was an option.
I don't know that everybody does it.
Yeah.
And I don't know that every direct report does it, if that makes sense. So it might just be a mutual thing. I think to Commissioner Stebbins' point, I don't disallow it. And I think it has a productive possibility. It's not always, in fairness.
It's not always productive.
Not always productive. And and I guess I don't want to be too cryptic about that. It can sometimes lead to appeals being made. Sean made a decision that I don't agree with. I happen to have a standing meeting with a commissioner. I'm going to bring it up. Or a commissioner has a meeting with a direct report and says, I don't really like where Sean's going with this. What do you think about this direct report? And so there's some commiserating that can occur. But, and again, that's a mutual tension. I think there's also human nature to that. So I don't know how you charter human nature necessarily.
Right.
And I think also to Commissioner Stebbins' point, it wasn't always the case. And that was also a point of tension, was that commissioners expressed to me, I don't know what's going on around here. And I'm solely depending on you for perspective.
Yeah.
And staff would report to commissioners, I can't talk to you, which then creates this awkward, but I work here full time. And especially when we were in smaller confines, much more awkward. So.
I don't feel like there can be a one size fits all, because how many of us have reached out to Kyle the day before meeting or a few days before meeting, even though Kyle reports to Yao, but time is of the essence. And if I'm gonna put a condition on a license, you kind of need an answer pretty quick. And Kyle's very good, very responsive, and I'm not saying Yao isn't, but how many of us have gone directly to Kyle? Or for comms, right? We're working with them directly, Tara and Mary Alice on projects. So there are, it's very complicated. Like, there's not a one size fits all, I feel.
I agree. I think it also, what I've experienced, and it's not universal. And so I think you could dissect each individual interaction and make a basis for justification. It ultimately comes down to who's managing their work. So that day before a meeting, I might have a question for Kyle. And if Kyle has, therefore, 6 questions pending before him, which one does he answer first? And it puts him in a very difficult predicament. He may have 7 questions if he also includes Yao's.
Yeah.
So I generally try to look at it from, there's 3 perspectives. One is, how does the employee absorb that? How does the commissioner experience it? And then where does that put me? As far as trying to insulate the staff as best I can, wanting to be responsive to each of you to make sure you have access to the information you need, but also wanting to be very clear to the staff that this is a hierarchy and you have, at any given time, a series of bosses. I think we talked about that last week.
Boss,
right? So that power dynamic is very real.
Yeah.
And it is experienced by our staff on a regular basis.
Okay, so back to the question at hand.
Right, so I understand that one size won't fit all, but generally, is there kind of a preferred model or structure? What makes sense?
Sean.
can go,
Yeah.
we'll do the general and then sort of, you know, talk about some specifics.
I don't know, I mean, this is where the commissioners are very atypical to me because of that full-time aspect. If your meetings were once a month and you were volunteers, I feel like the interactions would be simpler and probably less. We've never figured this out. But frankly, this is another reason why we're here.
Yeah.
In fairness.
I'm feeling very needed.
You are, good, that's the objective. If it reeks of desperation, maybe that's probably why. I don't know what makes sense. I know I can only speak to the past experience and identify examples where it doesn't, which is that staff would feel like, and I would feel like as well, undermined. I made a decision and then there was an appeal that was sought. Or I ended up being circumvented as far as the decision was made for me, because I then had a staff member saying, that makes sense, a commissioner coming to me and saying, this employee said this makes sense and this is their turf and jurisdiction, so if you're going to disagree with them, you better have a good justification. So I've been kind of carved out of that process. So my hands are somewhat tied in that instance. But I also want to be respectful and mindful, especially of the experience of commissioners, where you are accountable to the public. You're getting those interactions. You want ready, easy access to information. And so I don't want to be the traffic cop again, where every single question has to funnel through me. Then I really am kind of that glorified gatekeeper.
Is this where the EA helps? Like, so working through Kate to set these meetings, appointments, maybe that's the procedure we're looking for. Like, requests go through Kate, which if then, I don't know if they need to go through you. I'm just wondering if there's a funnel system. If we create a funnel system.
I don't think it's more of the process, I think it's more of the policy in this situation. And I think also, Commissioner Stubbins, you said it earlier, right? It's the culture that we came in here, I think, that we have built since we got here as the second phase of commissioners, which is a lot of us commissioners being able to have respectful conversations with staff, and vice versa, and them not being afraid to speak to the commissioner, or that there'll be some kind of, I messed up the process. I think that's part of it, right? I think how we do it is something else in terms of the process, but I don't know, I could be wrong, but I feel like we've put some policies in place, through Sean, heads up, right? Matt and other folks to say, hey, we're having these conversations, we're working on this stuff. How that then gets put out to everybody else is probably different, right? Because that doesn't funnel down to all the commissioners, but I feel like we have put some policies in place, and we've been trying to rebuild the culture on that. So I'm sure we can find other ways and other processes. I think the other piece of it too, the reality is that I think as newer commissioners, a lot of staff members were showing us the ropes in terms of access and operations and everything in this place. They've been part of the onboarding process.
I think it builds off, and obviously one point I want to make sure we don't lose sight of is we do need to reinforce just what's completely out of bounds. And
Yeah.
part of that gets to where we fit in a hearing structure. But to your point, Commissioner, I know we need to address this. I don't know if it fits into creating a code of conduct for ourselves. And not obviously having the rule of law or rule of statute or regulation, but it would allow an executive director to push back on us if we weren't following the code of conduct or an approach. without trying to parse it for every possible scenario that we can think.
Can I ask, so I guess to the extent that, we're looking at provisionals or change of ownership, I guess if we have questions, the commissioners for, say, a Kyle, has the meeting evolved to the point where we can't ask those questions during the meeting?
You mean during a public meeting?
Yeah, so I've noticed a little bit that, and it may be partly my, I may have had a hand in this, but, we go through, we get the presentation from the licensing staff, and then it's just, I ask, there's the process for questions or comments, and then there's the vote. And occasionally there are questions, but they're not usually a lot. And so, one thing in the back of my mind had been, I wonder if there's a kind of, the meeting has evolved to the point where questions are, were they discouraged? But I guess I would, to the extent that there are questions that are coming up at the last minute, are those things that could be brought up at the open meeting instead? Or?
So one kind of came up last meeting, but I'd already asked Kyle. So we voted on indica,
Yeah,
which I thought went against our regs, because you can't use colloquial terms,
yeah.
right? So maybe indica is scientific term, I don't know. But I emailed Kyle, cited the reg, and he said, no, Commissioner, it is in compliance. You said the exact same question. So so it probably saved about a 10-minute discussion in the meeting, and maybe we could have solved it then. But so I was ready to, but the reason I had to have that question answered before, because I was ready to put a condition. I had it typed out. So then I took it back. So sometimes you have to do it before, but I see your point. There should be room for discussion. We brought in, but that was an example of one that we had.
And I feel like, I was generally, in the example of Kyle, that's in terms of conditions. It's like, sort of developing if this is in line with the way that our regs are supposed to operate, and, just that review before we are attaching the condition itself. I don't know if that,
We're talking.
I just know, I don't know if that kind of, like, I don't know how it would operate if we draft our conditions without having that full sort of, that breakdown before, or doing our own due diligence before going into the public meeting. Like, I just.
It's also, I'm sorry, it's also like, I don't even know if that, how do I say this? I think that's process. I think some of the stuff that's kind of popping up here is sort of like the policy and the culture of, if Sean says no to me, Commissioner Camargo, that's a really bad idea. Then I go to Christine and say, hey, Christine, then Christine, or then vice versa. Sean already told me it's not a good idea, but now I'm gonna go look for somebody else within the commission to tell me it's a good idea. Or same thing on the staff level, Sean is not supportive of this, therefore let me see if, Commissioner Camargo is supportive, so let me go to her. And now I'm working with Christine on, example, I'm working with Christine on something and we've completely alienated Sean.
Horse cannabis.
Horse cannabis. And then, come September, I have this on the agenda or something. So I think that's the big picture around this, of the policy. And I think for the most part, can't speak for all of, I don't know, I'll speak for myself, but, whether Sean likes it or not, I'll go to Sean and say, this is what I'm doing. You can advise me, you can give me some advice, but this is what's happening. So I'm not surprising folks, right? So, and I think that's the policy that we've been seeing a little bit amongst ourselves. And how do we do that? How do we manage that? What's the policy? So that again, we're all somewhat on the same page of knowing. But the Kyle situation, I've had a mistake at a public meeting during a condition on renewals, and I'll get a message and say, Commissioner Camargo, actually that's whatever. I'm like, oh shit, wrong one, right? And then they'll do it. But in those moments, you're kind of saving the chair and anybody else long conversations. But I think those are like easy things. I think how we started talking about this was sort of like the schedule interactions, informal interactions that then become bigger issues at the commission. So I don't know.
Well, right, well, I guess, so my comment about how we're using the public meeting is this competing, you know, if Kyle has on the day before the meeting, 6 different messages, who does he respond to? Perhaps as a way of alleviating that, could we, was there a reason why we can't, I just wanted to talk through,
Makes sense.
what if we use the, public meeting more? But
I think that's
I hear your point about the time it takes, to hash through these things during the public meeting.
And we don't want to live edit a condition, I don't feel like, or write it.
No, we've tried that,
Yeah.
we've done, I mean, it happens.
We
but
have
it's
live
like-
edited, it's stressful.
And you
I
can,
hated
and
it.
you can,
It gets.
It does, I don't want to live edit.
Super clunky.
but you can.
But you can.
We've done it.
But at the same time, it was always explained to me, write the conditions so that staff knows exactly what you want to say, the chair can read the condition. It was more putting it on paper so that it was easier for staff to write it into the minutes. I distributed it all around thinking if somebody has a serious red flag about what I'm talking about, they may call me and say, don't do that, Christopher, it was great.
Yeah,
Did that
Christopher
when
was
he
great.
here. But that also would also require engaging licensing staff more in a meeting as opposed to they're just presenting the case, see the report,
Yeah.
and then the chair kind of takes over. So you're balancing maybe a clunkier interaction versus and this is a big piece of our business, it's a big piece of our work, versus that we want to try to get our homework done, buttoned up before we arrive at a commission.
And we should be able to talk to staff, right? Like, we're a team, they're our staff, we're their commissioners, right? So I think the thing here is how do you do it in a respectful manner that's not causing chaos and that there's a policy for it?
I think, have we answered that question? Are we causing chaos? It's like, are we, like, I got a little bit lost of like.
Well, I asked them if they take umbrage, and you said yes.
As a general statement, like I think you can point to
Okay,
specific examples where it doesn't, but I also think I can point to specific examples where it does.
They take umbrage.
I thought that was in response if you go into, not the direct reports, but you're going to someone, within a department and not notifying the direct reports. Okay. So aside from that, if we're notifying the direct reports, they're aware of these interactions. I guess my question is, are there other underlying issues with the interactions?
So there's, I guess, just a few observations that are generic in their theme, but obviously I think could have some examples to them. And I just jotted some notes as I was thinking here. And I already mentioned the appeals process, which I think is certainly one that is potentially possible. And it's, again, the mutual. So if a commissioner comes to me and says, I have this really great idea about horse cannabis, and I want to run with it. And I say, I really can't assign any resources to it, I'm sorry. Make it one of my goals for next year. So I leave that meeting thinking, okay, we're clear.
Instead,
And then I get wind from a direct report. Commissioner Camargo came to me and wants me to assign someone to help her research horses in cannabis. That's going to be met with me probably through the staff saying, shut it down. I already said no. And what that also does, and this is where I mentioned power dynamics, my expectation is not that staff would say to you no. I cannot and I will not do that because I don't want to put staff in a position of having to the boss's boss say, no, I will not do that. But then I may have to circle back and say, I thought we talked about this. Which is also not an easy thing for me, given that you're 1/5 of my bosses. What it also has a risk of creating too, and depending on how the structures of these conversations and meetings may be, favoritism. A commissioner gravitates to a certain section of staff and now becomes their ambassador. Where I almost think, all right, I'm gonna go talk to Yao, but I better run this by Commissioner Concepcion first because public safety enforcement is a natural gravitation. Maybe I just do the meeting together. Now it puts that awkwardness into it. Or resentment amongst commissioners of they're getting better treatment than I got, and that's not fair either. And then the other thing I've observed historically as well is sort of the answer shopping of, I asked a question to legal and I got this answer, but then I asked a question to enforcement counsel on interpretation of a regulation. And they told me the answer I wanted, so now I'm gonna run with that and maybe write it up into a condition, maybe I'm gonna work with them on regulations. But that kind of clarity of the message itself can sometimes get murky depending on who the answer comes from. So that's, again, I don't know if that's directly responsive to your question or concern. I don't think it's causing, I don't want to be dramatic, I don't think it's causing chaos. I do think it's causing tension. And I think it runs the risk of, if it isn't clarity moving forward, it can get worse, without a doubt.
So one piece I hear is the contact to build support for something, and that sounds problematic. A workaround, you said, circumvented where the decision is made. So that's one set. And then there's the request for review of conditions, which sounds like people feel like their product is better if they can get that contact before they're at a public meeting where
No question.
where you may be more likely to make a mistake if you're doing it, right, a public meeting and voting on it. So let's just look at those two, and then I know there are a lot of in between, but on the review of conditions, is that something that can be kind of set up as an opportunity where everyone has by such and such a date to send whoever, Kyle or his immediate supervisor, any conditions that require review prior to the public hearing? Is that?
Interrupt before, should we make this slightly broader? Is it just conditions, or are there other aspects to the prep for open meeting around evaluating the recommendations?
Yeah, there are. You're right. So anything to do with public meeting is time sensitive because we have to get it ready prior to public meeting. So let's just say, how many, all of us have called Matt directly, right? We've all called Matt and not gone through Matt's direct, like we call Matt. So like prior to public meeting, like all of us had one time probably talked to Matt about legislative outreach, wording and power slides. And so that's another example of prior to. So there are a few, I mean, I'm sure if we all thought about it, there's probably a few other ones too. So I'd say if it's time sensitive in nature, I don't know.
I don't think that's a,
I am a little hesitant because we only have about a week and a half to review the entire package of information for
That's a lot.
meeting. It is a lot of information. And it's like by the time you get to the end of that, there are things that come up that might not fit into that window that we might be creating. So I just know it takes a lot.
It's a lot.
So,
but to your point and your point, like, I don't think that's the problem.
okay,
It's not?
go ahead.
I don't think that's,
Well,
I think
part of the problem?
Is that the?
during meeting week, I don't know, I'm just here kind of saying out loud here thinking, during meeting week, I think it's normal that we're reaching out to people. Sean knows, staff will go back immediately and say, Commissioner Camargo is asking about this. That sends Sean a red flag to check in with me, right? Just example, using myself, right? So I think you guys have figured that out, right? In terms of like, if there's anything dropping or anything happening, anybody recusing themselves, right? Like, I don't think that's the problem.
Let's just check in on
Well,
that.
yes, that's a statement, a comment.
That's it. So
Yeah.
Sean, has that worked well, or is there?
It could work better. Simply, so I've actually been kind of carved out of that process now. Like the direct to Kyle stuff does not ever usually come back to me. So then I get wind of Commissioner Roy's working on a condition, Commissioner Camargo's working on a condition, but I may not get it from Kyle. It's just simply because he's that swamped and just, it's so straightforward for him now, and I trust him to do it.
Yeah,
But
it's
then,
amazing.
if commissioners don't share the conditions with me, I'm left in a meeting going,
Blind.
hey, Kyle, that's actually not right. So the indica one's a really good example. I chatted Kyle and said, that's colloquial to me.
I thought it was. I was ready to do it.
So that's one where I went, red flag. And then, and you asked the question, and I went, oh, good, someone asked the question. And so he and I had an exchange about it, and I said, I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. So we had a back and forth. I had no prior knowledge of that.
Sean, are you, sorry, okay, Sean, are you CC'd on all the conditions every month? Because
No,
I actually don't CC you because I thought they just went to Matt, Christine, Christopher. So that's actually a really good point. And no one's ever brought it up, right? So that's a good point today.
yeah, I usually, it's more of an inner complaint that
Yeah,
I
yeah.
lodge with
No,
myself.
but it's good to know because I know how you function a little bit. You're gonna look at those conditions and see if there's anything that's gonna come down the pipeline or something like that, right? But that's a good point. Sorry, go
I
ahead,
thought you were
Kim.
getting them.
But lesson learned, because I'm gonna run it by you too, because I regret not putting a condition on that now in light of this. And you couldn't review it because I didn't do it. I sent mine to you.
Right.
And you couldn't say anything because I wasn't there. So I put one on Keith. Keith was a few months earlier. I put that condition on Keith, and I was ready to do the same one on Indica. So.
And I knew that too, whatever it's worth, that specific example, like the colloquial stuff, the commission's the final line on that. You are the arbiter. as
Oh, the
far as
colloquial.
Whether or not you think it's colloquial. We can make a preference or recommendation, but as far as I'm concerned, all those things, you're gonna give us your tolerance on that. Again, we make a recommendation to you. So, but you may get also, and that's a good example though, Kyle and I can disagree on things. Rebecca Lopez and I can disagree on things. Yao and I can, I mean, so.
So could I have still gone forward with that condition despite that advice?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
That's
That's what
I
I'm saying,
didn't
those
guess,
are commission,
that's,
that's
okay,
policy.
well, I'm learning something.
Same.
It
Learning.
should be, this is my argument, it should be informed by a staff perspective, but they're your regulations, you hold the line.
And I would just add, I know we're getting
We're going into conditions.
somewhat granular about this, but what I would, my two takeaways would be, going back again, I'd encourage us to think of a code of conduct for our behavior, but built into that code of conduct is, you should see all of our conditions ahead of time. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to take away from having that conversation in public.
Yeah.
And again, I always throw out the term, we don't want it to get too clunky. At the same point, we don't want to look too robotic. And my experience has always been, you talk about something in public, all of a sudden that licensee's ears perk up like, oh crap, somebody's calling me out now. And other licensees down the line might be, I might want to shift my naming strategy
myself blunt.
based on what this group of commissioners is talking about.
Right.
So is this a matter of making sure that Sean's CC'd on these requests, or
That's
is it
easy.
something more? Is it okay in your mind for them to be emailing requests for information
Or if there's a
directly?
question on a condition, do you want to be looped in on Teams?
Yeah, and that's, I'm like, I want to be careful not to inundate myself. Like, I'm not trying to inject myself into your conversations with Kyle. I'm also, or anyone else on that, whether it be Zuko, Annie, whoever it might be. And that's why I also place the burden on our staff as well. It's their job to go back to their supervisor and say, this commissioner reached out, would you mind alerting Sean or someone, whoever it might be. So I don't, yes, I'd like to be included, but I also put the burden not just on commissioners, in fairness. Like, I think the staff has an obligation to report up, especially when it's creating work for them, because they're ultimately accountable to their manager.
How did, at the gaming commission, how were the interactions between commissioners and department heads and staff?
You know, it would, I'm just thinking about how to place it in context of their work
Diplomatically too.
versus this work. So our agendas, after we did a lot of our big licensing decisions, weren't this constant review of licenses every month. If we had issues coming up or we had reports coming up, we would structure kind of just 2-by-2 presentations. Like I'm going to get Commissioner Roy and I in a room to talk about our presentation, ask questions with complete awareness by the executive director. So, but at the same time, I think our interactions, and I'm only going to speak for myself, was, yeah, I'm going to work with staff. There's an onus on me to make sure the executive director knows. But again, it kind of became this unofficial just code of behavior, code of conduct, like we're all committed to that smooth, efficient, leading edge agency that we want to be. Part of that is incumbent upon us not to create chaos within the system. So, you know, again, getting back to some of what's under this category is structural, should be outlined, and then a code of behavior, a code of conduct that we should all try to subscribe to with some requirements of, if I send an email to Yao or I send an email to Kyle, it's an automatic that I'm going to fill Sean's inbox, at least making him aware of that. But
We have Teams for a reason, right? We can communicate. So I'm wondering if it's the level of ask, right? So if it's a quick question on Teams, does that really need to go through? But if you're asking for a deliverable, or if you're asking for resources, then that should go through the department head, that should go through you. But if it's a quick question like, you know, that takes 30 seconds reply, that's why we have Teams. But anything more than that, requiring anything more than that, deliver resources or deliverables, that really should go through a department head and you. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm carefully saying yes, in so much as like that might be in the eye of the beholder as well. Like if the question is, can you give me a status update on X, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
That, to get that status update, hopefully it goes to the right person. So that's one challenge I've seen happen before is the question is posed to the right person. That person, in wanting to be responsive to the commissioner, then runs around the agency trying to triage it. So I guess conceptually, yes, but I can also see risk with saying, yeah, that would be perfect. So.
Okay.
And when you
Yeah,
say
it's not
Teams, is that chat?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a chat that we can like shoot Matt for a quick question or Tara, a quick question or.
And is there any way to include
Yes, you can have
a
multiple.
supervisor in the
Yeah, you
chat
can
so
include
that they can?
Yeah, you can do 3, but I go back to, I don't think, it becomes a problem, but I don't think the chatting with staff is the problem. I think it's the code of conduct of how we do it, what's the process, what's the policy, and then what do we do when we don't like the answer, either from staff or commissioner or a department head, period. We're not talking about, we want to be very honest here, that's the situation that's in this bucket right here.
I also feel like we're running the risk of going backwards. Like we've made some advances with this new, commission that the staff are really grateful for in terms of the culture. And I think that if we're creating more barriers or reinstituting those barriers, it's really us taking steps in the wrong direction, in my opinion.
I agree.
Does it make sense, though?
It does, at the same time, I still get feedback
I know.
from staff.
Right,
So
because I think we need a code of conduct.
Saying what?
that it's the kind of the swoop in, assigning of roles, tasks, responsibilities, and then so if I can get that by tomorrow, that'd be great. And then now when I swoop back in to say, hey, that project that I was expecting on Friday, where is it? Oh, Commissioner X came to me and asked me to devote the afternoon to this project instead.
And I think that does go right back to what you're saying.
I think that's the problem. Yeah, I'm saying like the quick chat, I don't view as a big problem, but if the quick chat becomes something, then it can be. But I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, that I don't want to dismiss or ignore the progress, but I don't think we're out of the woods.
No, we would sit here and lie to ourselves if we said we were out of the woods at all, because we know that this stuff is happening every single day. So it's definitely, but I just don't want to, like you said, the culture is just rebuilding itself. And I think staff also want to engage with us and have conversations with us and learn from us and, be coached or mentored or, learn. Like, this is part of their professional development as well. They see us as like we're sitting in this pedestal, like they can't talk to us, they're afraid of us, it's like peekaboo with them, and it's like, that's not how you grow teams, by fear. They have to be able to speak to us and do that. But we also have to hold ourselves accountable of how we interact and what we do and what respect we show the executive director's position.
That's right.
I'm trying to avoid those kind of nefarious strategies around that staff might have undertaken from your description of previous commissioners. Again, and I'm happy to help try to do this. I mean, is it okay for us to think about looking at a draft of a code of behavior for commissioner interaction? I mean, I think we've all been kind of, to Commissioner Concepcion's point, we're breaking down those walls, and it's beneficial, but we've done it in a way that didn't necessarily have a playbook attached to it.
There's an invisible playbook right now.
There's an invisible playbook.
Sometimes we follow it, sometimes we don't.
Or could we have a best practices communication, like, I don't know.
What would be in a code of conduct? Like, when you're thinking about that, what kinds of things would it include?
I mean, broadly, just, I'm trying to think of how because this does get to governance, and it's pulling the executive director and almost admit the executive director's kind of code of behavior. It's an admission of, this is going to be very crude and kind of disjointed. If I get a no from the executive director, don't run around other staff and try to do something to them. I mean, that just general context of behavior. And again, I hear the executive director's point and Sean's point about how do you legislate a code of behavior, but it's got to be something that we all ascribe to. Future commissioners will look at that code of behavior, the safety and ethics guidelines, and say, yeah, okay, this is what I agree to.
I mean, it's like
within the boundaries.
it's like our legislative policy that we've adopted and we've put into play, right? We have a legislative procedure. If you want to go around that, then you're going to go around it, but at least we started the legislative procedure.
Right. That's a fantastic example. We all agreed on an approach, and we harm ourselves when we think outside of that approach or outside of that code of standards or code of.
So would you also imagine in that kind of the firewalls, the specifics around the kinds of interactions that the commissioners should not be having, for example, with regard to
think that
licensees or?
I put that strictly in its own
That's in its
silo.
own-
That's
okay.
more governed by regulation than it is
And ethics.
informal not informal, but interactions per se.
What if a policy, I'm just spitballing, was like, if we go through Kate to set a meeting with Matt, and we could always give the department head a courtesy invite. They can accept it or decline it, and they can see what the meeting is about. So like, whatever it is, they're optional, required attendees and optional attendees. At least they're inclusive, it's inclusive, and they know about the meeting, when nobody's going around anybody, they know about it. They have the option to attend, I'm just throwing it out there. I feel like that.
But Commissioner, like, personally, I do that already.
Kate does that for you?
No, not Kate, I do it personally myself. So if I'm gonna reach out to somebody, if I'm having a meeting, I just do it. If I ask Kate, at times, Kate will say, every meeting that I've set up now, Kate will say, have you checked in with any leadership team on this particular meeting? So she'll remind me to make sure I'm not going outside the box, right? So I think some of that stuff, I've been doing that, me personally, so I don't know if it's.
I think Sean's point was you may not be going to the right person. That was what I understood.
In some instances, I think that's, as far as the specific, like if the team's chatting, if that was kind of a reaction to that, as far as I want to talk to somebody, communications, social equity, Matt, about this idea that I have. Then it might also be like, where does the brainstorming begin?
Yeah.
Maybe the brainstorming begins at the direct report level and then gets assigned out there. Like if I have an idea, and I guess I'm trying to like react to specific examples, which is not a productive thing to do because we're never going to govern specific examples. I'm also thinking through a little bit on the code of conduct and behavior approach, which I do think makes sense. And I think it should be mutual, mine and the commission's, just in fairness to the commission, of course, is in the example of like the appeal process, I frankly don't mind if during a catch up with a direct report, so I'll use Yao as an example or Christine as an example, you should have insight into what's going on at the commission. You should get it from me first and foremost, but given the volume, you may not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind if there's a moment where it's, I wish Sean agreed with me, but he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't preclude you from coming to me and saying, what was your thinking on this?
Okay.
So I don't have any objection to that. I'm more than happy to justify my decisions. It's when it becomes I'm going to deputize or seek a commissioner ambassador for me. But I think there's been instances where, and this is kind of self-reflection on my part, where an inquiry from any one of you, I may interpret as, so now they sent a commissioner after this. But in reality, I think, in fairness to you, you're just asking, what happened here?
And you've said that.
Yeah.
You've literally said that.
But I think
Rudy, are
that's-
you coming after me? No, it's not me this time, Sean.
So, but I don't view that as violating the code of conduct, like that example. But there might be a situation where I may say no to one of you, it's also not in my best interest to make a habit of saying no to you.
Mm-hmm.
Susan, in your experience, like, have you worked with groups around kind of setting up a communication structure? I mean, I'll call it a communication structure.
Not really. That's why I was gonna, if Commissioner Stebbins, if you're willing to take a crack at a code of conduct,
Sure.
that would be great. And so let's set that aside for now and move to the questions of what's out of bounds for commissioners. What are the firewalls, the ethical and regulatory firewalls?
We can't ask about the ongoing investigation.
We can or can't you say?
Well, we cannot get the details on ongoing investigations,
You're
right?
asking or is that a comment?
She said, what can you not do?
Oh, cannot. Oh, gotcha.
So if you get a call from someone, right, so you get a call.
You can.
So if you get a call from someone who's being investigated, you have to just say, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that.
That's correct.
Okay. What are other kind of very bright lines like that?
This is a COVID thing, but we cannot compel staff to attend anything in person.
Commissioner, can I go a little bit further on that one? You mean, that's one example, but you mean all? So COVID is one thing, right? Like because we have a policy, you're saying?
Yeah.
So like I can't be like, hey, Kate, can you come do this with me in person, right? But that should be across the board of all policies,
What do you mean?
like
Post-COVID?
post-COVID, you know? Like, I guess that's my question to you, like, is it,
I
so,
don't think so.
oh, okay.
I think there are gonna be things that are public appearances and events that staff should be there for. So like it's a COVID limitation because of the dangerousness and the health concerns around it.
Yeah.
But let's say this were about 5 years ago, and there's a bill signing at the State House, you would want your government affairs person. That's just an example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got you. So you're saying that we should not impose ourselves so that staff feels like they have to go?
I'm saying now, we should not.
Got you.
I'm saying I don't know if I would agree with that
Oh, okay.
post-COVID situation.
Post-COVID, got it.
Because there are things that staff should be in
Got
attendance
it.
in person.
Got it.
I'm saying now.
What about on licensing? Are there aspects about licensing that you shouldn't be communicating about?
Well, another bright line I think is about no, it's not. And it's clunky, I'm throwing it out there, but I know there's the way that we talk with pending applicants and licensees, like that sort of communication, intervening in that process.
Yeah, I mean, uncomfortable with having a lot of those conversations, I would just say for me, and I just push, if someone emails me and says, I have a question about what's going on with this, I just will push it on to Sean and the licensing folks, and I'll say, this is coming. And then respond to the person and just say, thanks for your inquiry, there's staff here, and they'll reach out to you. Just that way, for me.
I think I'm the same way. Like, I'm okay to talk with licensees about policy ideas and thoughts, but when it comes to their actual license, that, in my opinion, is sort of like an out of bounds conversation.
We get, obviously, also along those lines, we'll get calls from attorneys that are playing in this space. And to that point, I've always said, I'm happy to talk to you about things you think we're doing wrong or policy you want to change or regs or whatever, but we're not having a specific conversation about a client. Probably because we wouldn't really know what to share with them.
Question based on your question. So who determines like when like it is appropriate for them to come back? Because they should be asked. And then like other policies like the masks, why can't the commissioners have a say in whether we want to wear them? Like who determines that? Like governance, like do commissioners ever get a say on laws around here on like stuff like that? And can we get a say on that?
And to me, that's governance. Who's the operational administrative head of the agency and who are the regulators? So I think I've presented to the commission historically on our offices are closed. And that's another area where the agenda became a factor where if a commissioner disagreed with me, they threatened to put it on a public commission agenda, and here we go. So,
Like
Okay, Commissioner.
just on the mask, like mask optional, like if you feel you're like, I don't know of another, airports don't require it, train stations don't require it. The only place that requires it is hospitals and doctors in this office.
Are you asking whose authority it is?
Yes, and why couldn't we vote on that as a commission to say, can we have mask optional? Because I can't think of another government agency that's mandating it than this one, other than hospitals. And who gets to
Treasury
decide?
does.
Okay, Treasury, okay, two. But airports, trains, I mean, I can't, so I
But
just.
the question is, who has the authority to
Why
make
can't
that
we vote on saying,
decision?
can you have masks? If you feel
The mask
unhealthy,
is the example.
if you feel unhealthy, then it should be an option. It shouldn't,
Yeah, I see that as being the executive director's authority,
okay?
just because it is sort of like the administrative function of the
Okay.
agency and not so much about,
The regulations, okay.
But that's
Just
just my
venting,
opinion.
I'm sorry,
That's-
venting, Sean, I'm sorry.
Okay, but it's clarified.
Yes.
It's clarified.
that's actually using that as the example, that has been a governance contention, not just that example, but issues like that.
Yeah.
Return to office.
Return to office has absolutely been a
Huge
contentious
one.
issue.
Yeah.
And again, I guess that's another data point as to what brought us here a little bit is, I don't, to me, the answer was relatively clear, but not everybody agreed, and that's why we need to work these things out. Big C, little c.
Yeah, great.
I just to pull the investigations out a little bit too, because I think investigations could be big, like all encompassing. It's pre-licensure suitability stuff. It's once licensed enforcement compliance ongoing. And I also wonder where litigation would fit in that as well. I mean, a little bit of the attorney world, but if we were to be sued, which we have been before, if there's a threat of litigation, and a threat of litigation comes during an interaction with a commissioner or with me, I will always say this conversation now needs to include our general counsel, and I'm not going to be part of that. So I guess, in other words, if we were in active litigation, the commission would have to speak with one voice, and often through the Attorney General's office as well, with them incorporated. So I guess that should be out of bounds, in my opinion, for an individual interaction. So if an attorney called and said, hey, can you help me settle this with the commission? I would hope that gets diverted.
So it's threatened and.
I'd say
or
threatened
pending.
and, yeah.
Threatened and I didn't hear that one.
And
We'll get to look at that. I'm gonna move us to board communications. Is there anything we need to discuss about how the board communicates among the board members, among the commissioners?
Oh, okay, when we say board, we mean ourselves.
Yeah, sorry for that.
We have an advisory board too, as well as.
I would just say explicit reference to open meeting law, like at all times compliant with open meeting law. And is it worth, in that vein, explicitly calling out the risk of serial communication as well? Like the conversation to it may not be 3 commissioners at once, but it may be a series of commissioners over time. And I guess I'm just thinking through a sort of audit or trainability.
Anything else on that section? And again, this is our initial conversation about it, so we'll go deeper as we see some drafts. The next one is, I just put structural mechanisms for joint commissioner and staff work, which is what you currently call work groups. But at our last meeting, there was a question about whether we should really use work group and be tied to that term in the charter.
So would it be helpful for me to sort of recap how we landed at work groups as a model now, just so we're not guessing? There was not a lot of structure historically. Working groups, I would say, as a concept, formed very ad hoc. It was really based on commissioners gravitating towards certain staff members or certain staff members gravitating towards certain commissioners. In the last regulatory round, which finished in January of 2021 ultimately, to get to our initial draft of regulations, we established working groups, formal working groups, and each commissioner led a working group, but it also was supported by an assigned cohort of staff with a focused topic. And so in doing that, it was very clear as to the scope of that working group, who was involved, who wasn't involved, what topics, based on the delineated list of topics the commissioners had identified as within the regulatory bounds. And based on how that worked, the feedback from mutual feedback from staff and commissioners was this was successful. I had resources that I could rely upon. I dictated sort of the pace. Some treated it as, some commissioners treated it as, let's put it to a vote, democracy wins. Others said, this is what I want. Can you guys help me shape it out? So every commissioner kind of got to manage it as they saw. Based on how successful that was, I guess we, and the royal we being kind of staff and the agency as a whole, said this translates to other work that we're doing pretty well. What I thought was most important in that working group, and I really don't frankly care what we call them, was that documented charter. Because it identified what's in bounds from a topic standpoint, what's not in scope, what resources do you have, what's your timeline, who's involved, who's leading it. There is some discussion now, and I think there's also potentially some tension between like what's a sponsor and what's a lead, as far as there might be an overarching sponsor that says, I'd like this reported out to me, but what is the day-to-day interaction with that sponsor versus the project lead themselves? I think we can mess around with that a little bit, but that's the basis for how we landed on this approach. And I think it just gives some structure. It also avoids creep. We're not going to expand our scope and just become something we're not. It also doesn't allow for, without someone's explicit approval, oftentimes me, I'm going to add 10 more people to my working group. And now I'm just going to absorb as I grow. So that's the background and basis for it. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, but we've gotten here older. So I just realized that perspective might not have been universally known. So.
And so for people who have been or are on work groups, is it working?
I like this approach. We've worked on one, I worked on one, well, I'm still working on one with the chair around the direct control. I think it does keep everybody focused. I think it does, to the executive director's concern, focus on not straining resources or people's time and bandwidth. I think what interests me is the roll up to where you decide a working group charter needs to be drafted. Like what becomes that process? So, and we're worried about billboards. At one point, do we decide we're going to have a working group to address issues on billboards? Again, this is, or horse cannabis or whatever we're talking about. So, again, I like the end product. I'm mindful of a lot of what we've talked about as it relates to governance is what's that lead up look like before you get to a submission of a charter request in the approval process.
And that's a great question that I think has not had a consistent answer. My observation is sort of a groundswell of interest topics, and it just then hits a peak where it becomes, and this may just be subjective, kind of clear to me and whoever I'm interacting with, that, you know what, I've had enough conversations about this with various different groups. Let's pull it all together. So the hemp guidance is probably a good example. That was a bit of a staff working group that was really, I viewed as being sponsored by the entire commissioners, all five, that we owe you a product out of it. And there's been others organically that have just, okay, let's put some resources to it. But I think it's not clear as to what's that threshold. So.
I think, so I have been, am a part of a few working groups and have created my own. And on the working group that I have initiated, that came from me saying, Sean, I want to start a working group on this issue. And let's kind of sift through and think about who should be a part of that. So I sort of initiated that, and that's how it was created, that where I thought was the right time to start that process. Overall, I do think that the structure is helpful. The way that the scope is laid out, the way that you can, it's really clear who's in this conversation and sort of what falls out of that scope. And that's been really good in driving conversations. I think, I'm gonna be hyper specific, but the one thing that I noticed is, there are different functions for the people who are in this group. You mentioned sponsor, lead, members. And I will reference one group that I was initially a lead or a sponsor on, and then was removed and became like a member. I said, well, this is interesting. And, just kind of figuring out what the dynamics of that, what that means, and then how does that happen without a commissioner first being, communicated with about it. So there's a little bit of a rub there, at least for me, and I'll use that example just because there's different, you can kind of, depending on where you are in that working group, is sort of how actively you participate within that working group. And I guess in my own opinion, I'm a commissioner, I feel like if I am saying that I want to be here for just about every meeting and sort of are part of all these discussions, to then sort of be demoted within a working group, that's a little bit of an issue. And that's where I'm like, well, who makes that decision? And where does that lie? Where's the line?
Where's the charter for the charter of the working group?
With the charter for the, or, you
We
know,
actually do have a charter on charter.
but I didn't realize I didn't understand the development of working groups until that happened. And so, well, how does that happen? Working groups, like, okay, break this down for me. And I think even now it's becoming clearer with this conversation, sort of, like, why are they here? How do they operate? But really, like, who determines if I'm in a working group, sort of my role within it, and I'm a
The
commissioner.
leadership of it.
Say it again?
The leadership of it.
Right.
So can you say something about the sponsor? Like, what's a sponsor for a work group and what's a lead for a work group?
Yeah, and so
And are they,
they can be the same person, they could also, I mean, the sponsor's typically gonna be, whose idea was this? And so, for instance, for governance as a charter.
Yeah.
The sponsors were, at the time, the chair and I. And it was kind of a mutual, like, we need to figure this out, and we're both gonna be sponsors. But I may not be the lead, because it ultimately came down, the first wave of it was procurement. I'm not gonna be involved in the day-to-day buys procurement process.
yeah,
So I guess that's kind of the, like, who does it ultimately report out to? But then who's the day-to-day kind of leader of it? And so I may convene a charter on a topic and say, yeah, I need you to take the lead on this stuff. And so then Yao knows that periodically he's gonna have to check in with me, but he also has the freedom to lead the group, and he also knows who the group is. Oftentimes too, I may get a charter that a group has said, we need to go do a procurement on financial consultants. Who's the PMT, who's in, who's out. So it may not originate with me either, but in order for it to have any assigned resources, it's gonna have to have my signature. That way, at least I know someone's working on it. So I guess that, to answer the specific question as far as sponsor and lead, it's really who's the thought leader here, and then day-to-day, who's actually working on it. And then to, I think, Commissioner Concepcion's point, the members are gonna be the folks that, they may come in and out, but they need to be intimately involved in the process.
And do you appoint, is it you that appoints the members? Do you appoint the staff members?
Yeah, I guess
What
to say a point, I would approve.
assign?
Ultimately, I think, and it may come in different ways. More often than not, I find myself saying, yep, this is fine by me. Or I may actually offer some feedback and say, this is like a kind of a stupid pet peeve, but if a PMT, a procurement management team, doesn't have an odd number of people, I'll probably flag that and say, who's your tiebreaker? So add somebody, but I may not say add this person. So I guess I want to be careful. I approve it, but I may not go and recruit folks for it. Perspective is important. I may not know who's best. I may also not know availability and bandwidth.
And is it the case that really anyone can suggest a work group? Like, can a commissioner can say, here's a charter, I talked to these people, can you approve it? Or do they bring an idea to you and then you talk to the department head that it's relevant for, and then they say which staff they would assign to it?
I guess the latter is my preference, that it start with a conversation between the two of us. I guess there and again, like if it started off with the commissioner came to me and says, here's a charter, approve it, I've already talked to all the staff members, I would probably have a reaction to that and say, did you now? And they all agreed. I'm shocked they all agreed with you to sign up. But I think that's where we can also brainstorm the tension of, okay, is this consistent with the goals, or do we have existing resources? What's your timeline realistically? Who do you think you'd want involved in this? And I can just channeling Commissioner Concepcion's point, that's exactly how that worked was, all right, let me go now and talk to the department heads and see who they're gonna volunteer. I may have even described this kind of like everybody's gonna pay a tax into this. Who from your staff is gonna work on this? But let me make it clear, someone from your staff is gonna work on this. And that way, when she then reached out as the sponsor and the lead, nobody could say, I don't know anything about this.
I will say that was a very smooth process, like the way that we brainstormed, thought about the members, like the structure, that was really helpful.
And then how do the other commissioners know that a work group is happening?
That is an area for process improvement. clear. Just simply put, they may not. And I think that's a fair critique.
So what's a fix to that? Is it an email? This is the charter of this new work group?
I personally would suggest, again, going back to where I want the executive director's board to have a little more meat, is using his part of the agenda to say, by the way, we've formalized a working group on direct or indirect control. Commissioner Concepcion is involved, Commissioner Roy is involved.
I mean, how many working
Give us a
groups do we
rough
have right now that are alive?
So I've actually tried between our last meeting and now to wrap my arms around that without being too explicit as to why I'm asking, and found that it's a very difficult number to ascertain, which is also part of another project I'm going to convene, is who's out there, who's working on stuff. So,
And then what does working group mean? Because it may mean one thing to us, it could mean something else to staff.
and honestly, the best single resource we have would be Grace in that, because if I've signed something, she has a record of it. So if I've approved a charter, she will have it. But what she's doing now is basically an audit of, in this calendar year, how many charters have I approved?
But at a commissioner level, how many working groups do we have? Do you know that?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would say it's order of magnitude, probably give or take half dozen at most. It's not a lot. There's a lot of agency, like staff ones. Some of them are implementation as far as regulations are concerned. Some of them are project procurement management teams. So.
Just for clarity, we're just talking internal working groups, it's not external, because some of us have external working groups.
Yes, this would just be devoting staff time and resources.
Internally?
Yeah.
Okay.
And would you, is your suggestion, Commissioner Stebbins, that Sean announce for the work groups that have commissioners on them? Or for all of them?
At a minimum, it's what commissioners are involved, because I think that's answering our question of who's doing what. As well as giving him the opportunity to say, I have this new working group, I don't have a commissioner assigned. Does anybody wish to volunteer? At least in that case, we're deciding in public, who might want to raise their hand.
So I love your idea. My only concern is if he announces at a public meeting that we have starting a working group on billboards, that's gonna signal we could be tipping our hand. I mean, I don't know, is it okay to do that? We're tipping our hand that we're focusing on billboards by doing that. So, or horse cannabis, or, we'll make the news.
You're absolutely right, yeah. I mean, that's a.
I'm just trying to just think it through thoroughly. That's my.
It's a good question. Again, it comes
Yeah.
back to if it's something we all feel strongly about, if it's something the executive director feels strongly about, I don't mind raising that awareness to the industry.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing, like we're
Yeah.
putting folks on
We're
notice.
hearing you.
We're,
We have our own concerns.
I'm sorry, I want to take a step back, just I can just be clear in my own thoughts. What issue are we trying to resolve? Are we resolving sort of the transparency amongst ourselves? Is that what we're trying to figure out? Or are we
Yeah,
talking about
one of
the
them.
public information?
it's transparency amongst us.
So is that the best route for increased transparency amongst ourselves with working groups? I'm just throwing that out as a question because now there's a public element that comes into that whenever we talk about sort of announcing something that is happening internally at a public meeting.
It may not be the process, but I think I won't say problem, but I think the thing in question, right, is, you got to ask before, what are the working groups? I hear today, I didn't realize we had that many working groups. I thought we just had a few amongst us here. I didn't realize it was internal. You're saying external working groups. I've never heard that before. So I think that's the first one.
And I'm just thinking about in the structure of the charter, the working groups that our executive director signs off on. First of all, I think there's a great opportunity for even if a charter comes up to the executive director, that you should engage us to see if we want to sit in on it or
Right.
participate. But I think it builds that awareness notion that despite the 5 years of activity of this commission, there's still work underway, there's still things that we're looking at.
Oh, you're saying to the public now? You're saying that still
Yeah.
conveys that?
I
Okay.
think first and
Yeah, second
foremost
phase
is
of the issue.
giving all of us one understanding of the process for our own use, as you've given a great example. Giving us the opportunity, again, as full-time commissioners, if we want to be involved and want to lend our experience and expertise. At the same time, the back end of it is, I'm okay if we talk about it in a public meeting. It's certainly been vetted enough through us internally that I don't think it necessarily is a bad message to transparency included in this. It's not a bad message for us to send to the industry that we're looking at this. So one, don't be afraid if something comes down the line a little bit later, but two,
I mean, look at the educational point right now. We can't even get a hold of how many, we don't have a count yet of how many actual working groups we have. So I'm just like, wow, imagine how much stuff we're working on that we may not even ourselves know that is going on internally, right? That's a big deal.
Maybe just to disarm, like, if there shouldn't be alarm over the volume. It's basic bureaucracy is going to have a working group to it. So
Gotcha.
every procurement we've ever put out has a charter.
Oh, got it. Even procurement.
Something as simple like an area though that I'm sure all of you are invested in, and also trying to be careful about it is like, I'd like to develop a comprehensive strategy on vehicles for the agency. I put a charter together to make sure that operations was involved, enforcement was involved, but also that social equity was involved, to make sure that anyone that's going to be out doing outreach has access. So I want to make sure we put
Got it.
who needs to be in the room and at the table. And then the other concern I may have as far as the public disclosure ultimately is misconceptions, misinterpretations. For instance, there is a charter on Secret Shopper as a program. That does not mean that we are not in the field acting in a,
No, we can't tip our hand on that.
we need to think about formal chain of custody things as far as evidence, and if we're going to do like controlled buys, and controlled buy sounds really like law enforcement, like sorry, but like cash, or how do we manage that as far as purchasing things? It doesn't mean though that we're not active in a very undercover way sometimes in facilities. And so I want to be very careful about not alerting the public that
no, it's a great example. I would agree with that's a great example of something don't do.
Is there any reason, just from an internal transparency, is there any reason
Email.
for you to not email charters once they're approved and initiated?
Maybe, I think that's one approach. I was actually thinking about the intranet and just putting them all there, which actually might help me when you ask the question of how many there are, I can just say they should be on the intranet.
Yeah, that's good.
And that way everybody has access to it.
Yeah, that's fair.
It also helps me push people to a resource that I think is underutilized, frankly. Maybe it's a combination of, here's the internet update. We also have a quarterly newsletter, maybe that could just be a link. I mean, I'm thinking of ways that we can
I never even use the
Subtle
internet. Does anybody here use it much?
every day.
Hey, but
You wanna know why? There's a charter.
I know, it's just, I was just
Access it.
clarifying, but Sean got to it. Like the way that my mind was thinking is like there are two different buckets. We're talking about, that's why I was asking what issue we were trying to resolve. There's a public element and there's an internal element. If we can resolve the internal element, then let's do that.
Yeah.
Sort of have that communication across the agency. And I was just, Sean, you hit everything that I was gonna ask anyway. So it's just like, once you kind of bring in that public component of it,
Opens
and
up.
Secret Shopper is one of the words I was referencing.
Yeah.
And it opens it up, absolutely. And that could be really helpful in some circumstances, but you know, just across the board, there's just some room for.
And the unintended consequence of that is in press scrum, we're gonna be pushed on questions. Tell us more about the Secret Shopper, Commissioner Concepcion, tell us more about this, and, you know, not only the press, then we're gonna get inundated with constituent emails from horse lovers about horse cannabis and this and that.
But also folks wanting to be on the working group. someone's gonna say-
Stakeholders.
They're gonna say, you have a working group, I want on.
That's right.
Because we
That's
did,
right.
we did a, not with a charter, actually might have actually got a charter, but, that microbial work. We brought folks in from outside.
Is that considered, Sean, so sorry to interrupt you, but is that considered external? Because I heard you say external, it's the first time I hear external working group. So is that considered? I don't know.
I would consider that one external. Yeah, the microbial group, I would consider them to be external.
Okay.
But I'm trying to think in my head if I ever did a charter for that one.
Wasn't your mandated, legislative mandated group about the OUI, like, wasn't that a working
Oh,
group?
that's an external.
That was
That was
external,
just a special commission.
special.
Yeah, that, I've actually tried to say that it was not the Cannabis Control Commission that convened that special commission.
Right.
It was statute that,
You chaired it,
I just had to chair.
chair it.
Was that the example you were talking about?
No, there's like, working with different agencies, government agencies, so like for in the public health seat, I'm working with other public health agencies on an ongoing basis around things like different government agencies working together.
So that's like, in your definition, that's an external.
It has a
working group.
project charter, yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good example, I'm sorry, Susan, that's a really good example, Commissioner, because again, I'm kind of just, I think like you, sometimes I kind of like shocked a little bit, I didn't realize that external, that to you meant an external stakeholder group that even has a charter. Never seen it, never heard, which is good to know that it's there so that we can use it as a tool, if we do other outside external stuff, so thank you, I didn't realize that.
So getting back, circling all the way back, this is about form, function,
Yeah.
awareness.
Yeah.
Exterior
Yeah,
transparency
Yeah.
can be a priority, but the
Yeah.
first is understanding the process,
Yeah.
having a layout for the process, and how our commissioners aware of that component of the
absolutely.
work.
Yeah, I just have one last question. Can you apply to be like on a group?
You apply to be on a group? Or?
Yeah,
the
so
staff
like-
member apply to be on a group?
Yeah, so like you wouldn't post, we're looking for people to, you want to pick. In other words, you wouldn't open it up for open enrollment.
I would most often defer to the department head on, here's my issue, what resource internally do you think would be most helpful?
Okay.
However they choose, they might put it out, a good example is, if I had a question, I'll think about billboards for instance. I would probably go to Rebecca Lopez and Yao and say, which associate enforcement counsel both has the skill and the bandwidth? And they may say, let me put it to them, or they may say, Jacob is by far, or Andrew is by far. So I would most often defer to them, as opposed to, a few instances though, that are just a little bit different, like the DEI groups we have. We make that an application process. I want folks to step forward and volunteer for that.
So,
Because I also do that as I want to be as inclusive as possible. And I think if I get into the habit of saying, you are doing it, then we're potentially excluding someone that may want to step forward. And so I want to.
so that's subjective, like you decide whether there's an open enrollment or not, kind of.
To a degree, yeah. I think
Okay, no, I mean, I'm not
yeah,
saying anything wrong with it,
to a
I'm just
degree.
saying that's the policy.
Well, I think we just try to carve a line somewhere, and I'm not sure where it is,
Yeah.
to put some definition to it, but it might just be based on the topic as well.
Right.
Is that how commissioners are approached also? I'm curious about this too. How are commissioners?
Again, to a degree, I think the commissioners can come to me and say, I have a topic I want to dig into, can I get some support for it? That would then probably yield a charter. Otherwise, if a charter comes up on a topic, like a procurement management team, I may approach a commissioner that I think I usually try to lean into the conversations that we have and try to match interests with needs.
So like I want to apply to be on the vehicle one, how do I do that?
You just did.
Just it.
You may have just done that. You may live to regret that. but I will make a note of that. And
Working group, the public.
It's on the record.
This is why we're here. Because if 3 of us wanted to be on it right now, we're like, hey, we want to be on it, who decides who's on it?
Exactly, you're right.
And I would give up my seat on that first.
Oh, you're on it?
Sarah, how you doing?
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna defer to you on that one.
Thank you, Commissioner
So
Cannabis.
I have an outstanding question though, and this is sort of the beginning of the conversation about the structure of the working group itself. Because there was, how does that get reconfigured and like sort of who makes the determination and how?
You got demoted? That you got demoted?
I got demoted.
I know, I can't believe it, I'm like shocked at that.
Danielle, don't write that. We don't want Commissioner Concepcion out there saying she got
I
demoted.
gotta,
You get demoted, they just chose.
not anymore, but at one point I
I
was.
was like,
Samuel, turn off the recording.
redact the minutes.
What is demoted in this situation though?
Maybe
So
it's a
I'm-
blessing.
I think I was the lead. No, I was the sponsor, co-sponsor, and then I became member.
I didn't know that even existed. Like I've only been in one working group and it was when we first got here and it was Bruce and I. Yeah,
So tell me, Sean.
yeah. It was Bruce and I diversity guidelines, so I don't know how, I don't know.
So nothing is ever final until it has my signature, so any demotion would have been a proposal, not a final decision. So, let me just scoot further away.
That's so funny.
But I think there's actually, that one, using that specific example, I think is actually a fair historical.
I need to hear the entire story.
Sean,
where-
quick while you're ahead, man.
Yeah, this is, I'm spinning up here.
It's like, stop. What did you say earlier, that it's like work in progress? This one is a work in
No,
progress?
this one actually, this does make some sense though, because the Secret Shopper program is something that I have been pushing now for at least 2 years. And pushing for based on individual goals, pushing for based on departmental goals. And so that might have been some of the context of, I was actually the sponsor. And if you coming in as a co-sponsor, there might have been an awkwardness to that. I was not prepared to be the lead because in my opinion, Yao is the lead.
Yeah.
And so that's where the tension, also thinking through, if every working group is expected to have a commissioner, that's going to create some of the staff commissioner interactions that I want to manage and control from a, I would have, I think, a right question of, then who do I report to on this? And on Secret Shopper especially, I view that as implementation now, less policy, but I think we ended up in an elegant solution where I actually demoted myself from, and take that back. Commissioner Concepcion has been properly promoted into the role that she will now occupy forthwith.
What group is this?
Secret Shopper.
Gotcha.
And not for
As
the holiday shopping.
She is the sponsor. And she will be actively engaged. And Yao is the lead, as she should be.
Wait, so she's a sponsor,
She's a sponsor and we are co-sponsors now.
but you're co-sponsors?
But here's the other thing, right? Like, so me, I look at that and I'm like, Bruce and I, again, I've only been on one working group. I think I've only been on one, right, Sean? Or am I in another?
We're in the middle of an audit on the working groups.
Okay,
So
all right, so,
I'll let you know if you're.
all right, I think I've only been on one. It was diversity guidelines
I think
and,
that's true.
yeah, and, we kind of went through the process and I think we were what you call a sponsor because we were working on it, but for me, I don't see it as like, I feel like whatever commissioner's working on a group is like, you're in charge of like the fact-finding mission to then be able to present it to all of us at a public meeting to discuss and kind of go through it, right? So I think it's also, but the titles are important, I know, and the promotions are important, I know, but also like, who takes on what for the purposes of like the priorities, our seats and everything else, so.
But I think too, that's where from a charter standpoint, the work group, that structure is really important as far as everybody understanding their
So
role.
they understand, yeah. I didn't understand all this dynamics before.
Yeah.
I didn't even know sponsor, lead, any of that.
Right, and I'm gonna try and capture all of that
Yeah.
in a draft.
And
So,
I would,
And promotion.
we do actually, I think, have a charter on charters.
What's
So
that?
We may have a charter on charters. Like,
Okay,
this is what a
if
charter-
you have that,
Yeah.
someone can send that to me.
Okay, that
And
would be helpful.
Our intranet also has all of these templates and things.
Could,
But I don't have access to that.
So I'm saying we can get you some of those, the templates and things like that.
All right.
could Grace circulate the link to the intranet?
I just asked her.
You did? Thank you.
All right,
So
I'm gonna
for all
try
of
and,
us, or just, yeah, thank
I'm gonna
you.
try and get one more
No,
issue.
man.
I'm gonna try and get us to open
It's
up
like
one more
mysterious
issue.
internet, I don't even know
Commissioner at
about.
work, you gotta read.
Like a
So,
mysterious thing.
excuse me, I'm gonna just try and get one more in, because we have a shorter day, so, and we're doing great. I mean, we've already done more than half of the issues, so that's really fantastic. And the last one I just wanna see if we can start on is the legislation, developing an agreed agenda.
I would actually say this is low-hanging fruit. I think the structure, the policy approach that we put in place last fall, I think worked. It certainly put the commission in a different position in stature than it had before, and I think it was really helpful.
Susan, I'm confused on that. Do you mean our legislative outreach efforts, or do you mean the legislation that's about to be signed into law and how we're gonna handle that as an agency?
No, I think it's the strategy that helped get that legislation passed. I think you had isn't that correct, that you had an agenda and you all worked with one
Okay, so
voice?
it's not how we're gonna handle dividing up
Right,
our new responsibilities, that's not this bullet?
right, because that just
I would
happened.
call it governmental affairs. Not
I think we're
legislation.
talking about sort of encapsulating that in the charter, the executive and legislative outreach strategy.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Can we go on the working groups? There's
Mhm.
one item that, reporting out on the efforts. You know, to a certain extent, I do think that there's a value to, at some point, talking about what we've accomplished through these working groups. If anything to each other, or I don't know, if you do it. Some things do, certainly
Like a summary?
the direct, indirect guidance, that was a working group, and,
And some things are going to require votes, like
Yeah. Right.
new guidance will require a vote.
Yeah, some of them come up to
yeah.
the public
Right.
meeting, but like the hardship application.
It's not done yet.
Right, no, I know, but like
It will,
that,
though.
exactly, but that's one that's happening. I only know about it because I hear about it from the outside, but it's happening, but it still hasn't come up to the public for discussion.
Okay.
But that's a good example of some come up, some don't.
But is that helpful that someone can put a summary on the internet saying this has been completed, this is the output?
Well, that's for us internally. Sarah, I'm hearing you say for externally or just
Yeah,
internally?
like, I think some things are worth talking about in public.
Yeah. I
That's
do
sort
too.
of,
After God.
I will just like kind of to add a point, at least the bulk that I've I've developed products for public discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like it's, whether that be sort of a regulatory, sort of starting off and developing the research and information, or the return to office or something else, it was created and done with the public meeting in mind, to sort of have a public facing element to it.
Mhm.
And that's
Right.
even with the diversity plan as well with you guys.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is your sense that that's happening when it's appropriate?
I think so. I mean,
I think maybe the ones that we're not hearing are, because we know what this audit looks like, but the ones that we don't know that are happening, or internal or external, and then where they're at. I think those ones we're talking about.
And I think the ones that I referenced today, they're functioning right now, they're in process.
So like the secret shopper one, back to that we wouldn't want to turn around and give public or would we? I don't know, I'm asking, I don't know.
Depending on the outcome, there may be public elements, there may not be, right? So some of it might be, what space do we use in our physical office to store evidence? I'm probably not gonna bring that up publicly.
Right.
If there's a policy change that's necessary, then I think it's worthwhile. So it might be that every working group has the potential to become a public report. There's also some that are just incredibly bureaucratic. And so,
PMTs.
like every PMT, but some PMTs, as far as the awarding of a contract, will go before the commission.
And then it needs to be posted on the internet too.
Yeah.
for the-
And the other, like, the direct and indirect control is actually a really good example of when created, I didn't know where it was going. It started off as I think the regulations need to change. That wasn't my posture, that was the original sponsor's posture. My point was I don't think that's the case. I think we have sufficient regs. it may turn into a guidance document. Or it may just turn into I need to explore this further to then decide where I go next. So ultimately, I think it became a guidance document, which is great. So that reporting out, I think, may just happen organically.
And what about, because some people said we don't know when it ends. Like, is there a way to say this work group has completed its work and has sunset?
They often have I think the fairest question we can pose at the outset is, what's your ETA? And then that, I think, will trigger a periodic check-in. But I also think some of these things you don't rush. You give them time and space. So, but I do think we often, I know we have in the past actually affirmatively sunset or sort of looking for, but wound down working groups and said you're hereby dispatched.
Is that documented anywhere? Do you have any sort of documentation when something is no longer?
Yeah, there was one thing in particular. This is actually a really good example and why this is timely. We've transferred RVT applications from research to licensing as a formal function.
Right.
That project started with a charter. Now with that handoff having occurred, I sunset formally that working group. Their work is now complete. So we have kind of a complete, book with bookends. I can't sit here and honestly say that we've done it every time.
But that would be a good practice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because if you're keeping just strict timelines, at some point it's got to shut down, it's got to close, or else somebody might be going beyond the charts.
No, I think that's where that audit can also be, I guess, little a audit can be helpful. Runaway aspect, but also just sort of the lingering, where does this stand? I think it's a fair question to have to answer. It also prompts me to then, this is what I did in the RVT context, I just thanked all the members. Thank you for your work. I think that's a successful handoff. And so that helps with morale and culture as well. And people saw the work that I did.
Right. Great. Moving back to the legislation, it sounds like whatever you did worked. Is that written up somewhere? Can someone provide me with that?
I'm so happy to hear that. I gotta take them home because I was nervous about that. Like sort of just figuring out how you guys felt about the way that it's functioned and how we've done so far. There is a memo that I worked on in conjunction with Matt, and we have that already circulated. But this was our first iteration, like this year is coming up on a year now of us actually using that. And that's just good to hear, because I know there's some concern.
Can you send me that memo so I can see that?
We haven't seen it yet though, right? Haven't seen it.
Yeah.
We voted on. Oh, you mean the one we voted on? Okay, I thought you meant a 1 year memo. I'm like, did I miss an email?
I mean, honestly, that policy has been so effective and done so much to move the needle. Think about thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for sponsoring that. It's done more to move the needle than most things, honestly.
It came at
Yeah.
the right point,
I mean,
the right
kudos.
juncture.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think I shared with you, it was kind of the perfect storm, like this rush on the legislative calendar. And we were trying to catch up, but we finally did it in a thoughtful way that we were all engaged. Matt was engaged.
Yeah.
Strategies
How many meetings
behind
between all of us?
Everything we did, and we all weren't off in the wilderness.
We also have to stick to it.
That's right.
We also have to stick to it.
Mhm.
That's right. That's right.
So I guess with that in mind, can I be a curmudgeon for a second?
Yeah.
Sorry to do it.
No.
But I think the role of staff in that is still not clear to me. Are we a support function? Are we a active, equal participant? But it's not clear to me as far as the expectations for staff in that environment. For instance, there is a sponsoring commissioner that is contemplated. Is our job to do as they say, or is our job to offer, I guess I just want to be clear, because that's going to help me occupy the appropriate space.
We haven't talked about that, so
We haven't.
it's a good conversation.
Yeah.
You've had 3 policy discussions within the strategy at the public commission internally.
But yeah, that's the policy, but it's been operating even with the outreach and the way that the outreach strategy has been as well with the bill. So Sean, do you mind elaborating, like giving us an example?
Yeah, and I think, let's say, for instance, and I'll use kind of a prospective hypothetical. Next session, that I would imagine there's going to be some desire on the commissioner's behalf to seek sponsorship of bills. You know, just because this legislation is done doesn't mean that everything you may want done is complete. And so if a commissioner comes forward and says, I would like to sponsor a policy before the commission that we legalize or we specifically grant authorization for the commission to govern horse cannabis. And I say, I think that's a terrible idea. I don't think we have the bandwidth for that. Or actually, let me use an actual example, a real one. I think the commission should regulate Delta-8 THC and take it as, even though it's a hemp-derived product, I think it should fall under us. I would actually think that's a great idea. I think someone needs to regulate Delta-8. And so we began a discussion back and forth, and now we evolved into, I think the commission should take over hemp altogether. That could be a proposed policy that goes before the commission. Matt and I and Cedric and others say, I don't really like the way this is worded. It's going to start a potentially contentious battle with MDOT. And the sponsoring commission says, yeah, well, I'm the sponsoring commission. So I'm going forward with it. What role do we play in that? Do we say, all right, we'll write it up, but here we go? Or do we have the ability and the authority to say, I think there's a difference of opinion here. And so I think it puts us in a precarious spot because there might be expectations of the other 4 commissioners that we're holding that line, when in reality, we're serving a support capacity.
That's a fair comment, yeah.
Is it a question of you've conveyed a number of examples of behind-the-scene conversations and being put in a position of, thank you for your input, but I'm putting this on a public meeting agenda. Short of trying to find a solution to address the behind-the-scenes interactions. If I wanted to bring something up, and it is us telling MDAR we want to have hemp too. I hear everybody's input. I'm still putting it on the public meeting agenda, despite all the risks and arrows and everything that come in with that. Does staff at least feel that at a public meeting, they have an opportunity for input to share it with the other 4? Or are you silenced so that every argument you had with me behind the scenes, you don't get to convey in a public meeting and have the other 4 make a decision?
I feel more comfortable now than I have historically.
Okay.
To be able to bring those concerns to commissioners. I will tell you, and I'll use the example I just used, of what I would have done historically, which I shouldn't confess to this, but if I saw that train coming, and I said to the sponsoring commissioner, whoever it may be, we are about to poke and provoke MDAR. Before that meeting, rest assured, I'm calling the commissioner of MDAR and saying, this is a personal relationship I'm not burning. Heads up, this is on the commission agenda. That's like me attempting to salvage the commission's reputation, but also, again, selfishly my own. Right? And I may privately converse with each commissioner saying, look, I don't think this is a great idea. I communicated it, but I don't feel like I have authority. And it also might be just the way things are worded. It might be the way things are presented. But I also respect my role is not to, you're the policymakers. I view my role as advising you, not dictating to you. So that's right. I just struggle. I also, it's not just on my behalf. It's more wanting to make sure that Matt is safely occupying the role that we task him with, because he's also going to have to carry it forth.
And Ernesto.
And Ernesto, absolutely. Yep.
So like if I have topics for future legislative outreach, I go to you first, or
Makes sense. I think the policy is not.
is Matt? Before you, Matt, then you? Okay,
I
but in
think
light
that's how the policy reads it, is, so I would just stick with the policy.
but I'm reluctant because of the resource allocation now to say anything. So,
But that's, I guess that's an explicit, Matt is available for that purpose. So that's Matt's job. And I think Matt is an initial first impression to say, I think this is a great idea, or can we talk about this?
okay.
That's him occupying his role.
I hear what you're saying, Sean. I'm a little on the fence, only because I don't know if it's right to limit a commissioner from being able to present something to the whole commission for us to sort of discuss as a body. I feel like the issues come up when the agreed on policy is not abided by, and someone sort of goes around that, like the idea that we are not, what we agreed to is not about a piece of legislation. So we don't talk about bills or specific pieces, but we talk about overall issues or, policies. So I'm saying all that to say, I don't know if I sort of see if you or Matt don't agree with the direction that a commissioner is seeking, or sort of a policy that they are supportive of, I don't really know if that is the place of you or Matt. Do you understand what I'm
I
saying?
think that's fair. Yeah.
So I see like two, I see a rub sort of presenting itself if it's against sort of the agreed on policy, but in terms of an actual thing that's like, I don't really like that, that's when we have that discussion. And I would like, and I'm thinking like maybe we should sort of hone that in to make it explicit that when something's presented, we receive input from you or Matt or whoever at that presentation.
Sure.
Sort of about your take on it as well, but I know that puts you in a position as well, but it's always helpful to kind of hear, from someone who's worked at the State House, from Matt, who's our government affairs person, what we might not be seeing.
And I think
it gives the other four of us an opportunity to hear that as well. I was just, again, I go back to moving past what I was picking up from your comments, that in the past, it sounded like you didn't feel you had a voice if this got to a public meeting.
I think that's a fair assessment. And I think we've all probably experienced in some way you may ask me a question during a public meeting, and it might have taken a while to get an answer out of me. That's just one, it's your meeting. I need to be included or invited in. I'm not going to inject myself. But I'm also thinking through at the presentation of the proposal, not so much the adopted policy, but this is the initiated idea. I fear that as long as the perception is clear that it is the sponsoring commissioner that is bringing forth the proposal and therefore not staff, because otherwise it could be, Sean, you need to shut this down, but you need to clarify, you need to modify this. And my answer is going to be respectfully, it's not my proposal.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
a good
the
point.
author. I can influence it, I can try, but if someone says, no, I hear you, but I don't care, or I don't agree,
Yeah.
that's the sponsoring commissioner's right.
I feel like you're referencing something. I just want to make sure I'm characterizing the issue right. Do we need to sort of develop a mechanism to stop something if it violates or goes beyond the terms of what we've agreed on as a policy? Because I feel like I know that has happened where we felt like there was something in violation and you did not feel like you had the authority to stop it. And kind of looking at Sean.
It kind of gets to the agenda setting aspect as well. Like
Am I reading this right? I'm just trying to read between the lines.
a little, but there's also just the expectation of
Staff?
it's a little code of conduct. It might even be less code of conduct, more just the political realities of the five of you are not always going to agree. Sometimes though, there's an expectation that we, and I say we, I guess I'll step in front of it and say, I would be the gatekeeper of prevention of bad ideas, or bad ideas being very subjective to be clear. Things that might be disruptive getting to the commission. And then, well, are we sponsoring a specific bill, or are we asking for there to be a specific bill? or are we going way outside of our regulatory authority? I may say yes to all of those things, but I don't view the policy right now as giving me the authority to stop.
To say no.
I don't know that I have the authority to say no.
Got it.
And I think, I use the word code of conduct as a big term, but it's like, even within, and when I said earlier, we need to stick to it, is that it's there, we've done it, but sometimes we're doing stuff on our personal capacity, right? So we also have to understand that and talk about it within this, and then somewhat of that code of conduct to give your role the ability to say no, but then, what does that mean to?
Well, it might be, I can say no, doesn't mean that anyone needs to accept
Yeah.
that no.
But is that what we need to bake in? That's what that's the question. It's like, does that need to be sort of incorporated? Sort of giving sort of, that ability if it falls outside of the scope of like, our regulations, if it does this, like, is that something that we need to sort of
It's a
consider?
lot of legislative power for an executive director position as we speak right now, right? That's a lot of legislative power because as I see it, we all want to work on some kind of, legislative issue. We go through the policy stuff, we say, yeah, yes. And now we're doing a, collaborative of outreach and all that stuff, right? But in that one moment that there's one that's like a no, but I'm like, I really like you guys, everybody here, but I really want to work on this policy because that's what I came here to do and that's what my constituents are asking me for. And I know you guys are gonna get mad at me at some point, but I'm gonna go for it. Like,
But if it violates the policy?
I mean, it happens. I'm just, as an example, right? As an example, it happens. It's
Go ahead.
right?
Just for, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just at the
I want
last,
to come back to your violation
yeah,
of
but,
policy or approach or the policy
Right.
question I'm trying to answer.
right, but I guess just to finish here is sort of like the power to say no as the executive director for whatever policy us commissioners are trying to like, push through regardless of the procedure.
I mean, that would be essentially exercising a veto, which is, to your point, that's power. It may be, I think, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, or maybe I'm interpreting a suggestion there is, or actually not even Commissioner Concepcion, it's just at that meeting to say, what's the perspective of staff on this? We do not agree. Maybe it's that you need to be informed by that.
That is what informs the rest, and it's up to the rest of us commissioners to decide, okay,
Over the objections of staff, we're going to
Right.
move forward. Or we don't agree with this, but here's why. And so the alternative we would propose is the alternative.
Right.
And maybe that becomes the negotiation at that point. So.
I'm being extreme. I think, Ava, you talked about being like going overboard last time, right? But I'm being extreme here with the example, because.
But I think, to your point, though, there would be that veto stamp, which I don't know that you should give to me.
yeah,
To the
correct.
I'd be wary of that, but at the same point, hearing your frustration of feeling you get railroaded in the lead-up conversations, I think it's incumbent upon us to give staff, give Matt, whoever, at least the opportunity to weigh in the public setting, whether you choose to or not. And that may dissuade the other forums.
And also, we got to keep reminding ourselves that this is not about the people who are in these seats right now. It is about the future roles and the sustainability of a process that we have created as commissioners here now. And that it's sort of like, at least the next commissioners after us and, everybody else, that it's a little bit proof, So.
All right.
Sorry.
It's 3 o'clock. No, that's okay. I mean, it's just, there's so many things that you guys are sorting out. And I think that's great. I'm glad that this forum provides for that. So we did really well. We went through 8 out of 13 issues. That's really good. My job is next to draft, subject to the discussions. Commissioner Concepcion is going to help me with the background, that second paragraph, as well as provide me with the memo on legislation. Commissioner Stebbins is going to help me on the goal setting section and draft a code of conduct for interactions. And Sean is going to get me a charter on charters so that I can do some work on that section. And so my goal is to get the draft out to you with enough time to get comments back from you. So what I'm going to do is get a draft, get all your comments, then you'll each give me your comments and track changes separately, and then I will synthesize them and bring a new version to the meeting, because that's what the open meeting laws require. So that's the way we'll do it, and at the next meeting, we'll start with the 5 issues that we haven't covered, and then circle back and start looking at the draft.
Are we revisiting this last topic at our next meeting?
Legislation. Well, I'll take a stab at drafting something from the memo.
Okay.
And then we're revisiting everything.
Okay.
Everything is, I promise you, you're gonna have a lot of comments on my draft, okay? And then hopefully by incorporating all of your comments, we'll be able to sit down with a better draft than we otherwise would have on September 13th.
So we can,
I had Grace make copies and distribute that
Yes.
Yeah, thank
you.
school governance
Thank you.
material for your reading.
she also sent us the intranet.
Anything else before we conclude?
No, thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday. Do you have to formally?
Yes.
Right.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh, sorry, someone.
Motion by Commissioner Carmago, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. All those in favor, Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. You're adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Summer.